1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome, everyone, and Happy New Year to our DBN friends here. This is our first broadcast of the year, and we are very pleased to be bringing you the preliminary round coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. Kevin O'Kelly coming to you live from snowy Chicago. I always have to throw in snowy Chicago for championship season. Over the next 3 months, you are going to get VDC, the VDL top board tomorrow night. Join in at, I think it's around 7-ish Eastern time for the top board broadcast, covering the top board for the Virtual Diplomacy League regular season. Then the big one comes in February. We're going to have the DBNI starting up again. It'll be our 5th time doing it. End of February, beginning of March, which leads us into the big finale of Face-to-Face World DipCon. And that will be with our analyst today. We have the host of that fantastic event that's going to happen in early April, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
Fantastic to be here. What a way to kick off 2025.
Excellent. And the man who's been behind the scenes running this whole weekend, Johnny Gillum.
Hello.
DBN mug proudly showing. Adam, give it about 15, 20 seconds of what's going to happen in April in San Francisco.
Sure, and you might hear this from me multiple times tonight because I just can't stop talking about it or thinking about it. But biggest face-to-face diplomacy event of 2025, the World Diplomacy Convention, is going to be held in San Francisco. And if you played in VWDC this weekend and want to meet some of the great players that you've had a chance to play with, or you mean to play some other face-to-face diplomacy against some of the best in the world, this is your chance to do it April 4th through 6th, and hopefully we'll have a link in the show notes. So really, really excited for that event. But here we are today in a virtual World Championship, and maybe I think a lot of our crew from the virtual World Championship will also be showing up face-to-face.
Johnny, 5th edition of this online tournament. We used to play it, I think, a little bit before the holidays. Now, to get through those holidays, we're getting it in early January. What was the highlight of the planning process and getting all these boards together this weekend?
Oh, God. The highlight? There's no highlights of the planning process. No, that's not true. We had a great time. It was a really big tournament. We had a lot of signups. We had more than 20 boards, 60 or 70 players, something in that range, which is really bigger than the recent tournaments we've been having online. So really exciting. A lot of great players played this weekend. You guys will see, I've had the opportunity to see all the games as they were going, some amazing diplomacy. So I'm looking forward to seeing it with you guys.
And we don't say it enough, but, folks like Johnny do such a service to the hobby by running this. So I really want to throw a shout out. I know you're here, but Johnny, maybe you also want to throw a shout out to some of the GMs and other folks that really helped make this possible. But really, Johnny coordinated all this. So, go you, man.
No, I absolutely do. Wouldn't have been possible without Peter McNamara, because God knows I'm not staying up until 7 a.m. to call draw votes. We had people like McCallus, Cody Green, and others taking draw votes. And Also, a big shout out to Justin Lohr, who was going to be my co-TD this weekend, and then he obviously lives in Los Angeles, so he's safe because of all the fires. His family's safe, but I think they've evacuated, so he wasn't able to participate. We're wishing him the best. I think somebody's got a link somewhere to a drive for LA firefighters that we can post in the chat that he asked us to point out. There it is right there. Thank you, Kevin. And also shout out to Jason Massbaum, who's also evacuated, but is also safe.
Yeah,
and all the other players who are down there and
course,
people who are impacted. You know, we know there's a lot of folks, the LA Legionnaires, and you know, really burgeoning diplomacy club down there. And you know, there's other virtual players. You know, our thoughts are really with those guys.
Yeah,
they were supposed to have a big event, I think, this weekend or next weekend too. So we're obviously they have much bigger things to think about at this time than diplomacy. But we will continue on with diplomacy around the world, as you mentioned, with Peter McNamara calling some draw votes. We do have a lot of players from around the world, international friendly time zones. Johnny, round one was a pretty early one for us Americans, right? And then so we had a lot of more European and Australian names. We'll see that as we go through. And round 7 finished today, just not too long ago. So we do have the top 7 that you will see next weekend. But before we get to those round 7 games, we want to get to round 1. So round 1, board 1, Miranda, we've got, oops, I need to share, clicking on the button. Oops, there, oh, we lost Johnny. The banner at the bottom that we have is for the upcoming tournaments. We will get a link to WDC in the bottom. I'll get that link up there as well. But first, we need to get the chat. And that's much better. So, round 1, board 1. We'll put the fire department link. So the charity up there is for the Los Angeles Fire Department. They have a kind of a nonprofit that helps them raise money on this. It doesn't go directly to the government, but goes to a foundation that supports the fire department. So check them out. There is a website for that as well, and I will put that in the banner below as well. But on to the games. Round 1, board 1. We won't go through the board names and players like this for all the rounds as we get through them, but we do want to get through as many boards as possible. As you mentioned, over 20 boards. Most of them do matter for the top board, for players making it to the top board. So we will cover most of the games. We will not get to all of them. The ones we don't get to, we are hoping for some supplementary coverage throughout the week in anticipation of the top board next weekend. So Austria, Jordan Connors; England, Ben Kelvin; France, Super Wordy, who I believe is
Super Wordy is Leonardo S. from Sardinia.
That's I don't know that name. Germany, Jackson Roberts; Italy, Patrick Jacobson; Russia, Captain Gaming; and Turkey, DBN's own Brandon Fogel. So I was thinking of something as I went through there and I forgot. So I will think of it. We will go to the map. Oh, that's what it is. A lot of these names is a preview of tomorrow's VDL top board. So we will see how much of that has any play into what we see in these preliminary rounds. This year, hey, we're going to do these quick reads. Adam, let's have you read the orders. You don't need to read them all. Read as much as you find interesting. Johnny, point out anything he misses. Ready, set, go.
Yeah, so we open up with the usual bounces in the Black Sea and Galicia. France opting not to go to the Channel, nor does England. So I think a lot of really standard stuff here, except for France going to Burgundy, which is something that I'm going to certainly be watching. Also, the Venice hold order is pretty interesting. Let's move on to the fall. And
there we go.
there we go. Okay, so we immediately noticed that the French are supporting the English down into Belgium. It looks like the convoy was unfortunately miswritten, so that's going to really hurt the English. Fortunately for Ben, he walks into Norway without any problem. So that's still be getting one build. Belgium remains unoccupied. Also really interesting is the Russians go from Bothnia to Baltic, presumably because they were anticipating a bounce in Sweden. Maybe they had some deal with England to convoy to Denmark or something, but that didn't happen. So they could have walked into Sweden, but instead they are going to end up in Baltic Sea. They put the fleet from Sev into Romania, which is also really interesting. The Turks, Brandon moves Ankara out, presumably because he's foreseeing what ends up happening with the Austria-Italian agreement to send the Italian fleet into the Aegean Sea while Italy takes Trieste.
Yeah. If I'm Brandon, I'm not too happy about Sev going into Rum. I really, especially if we're looking at a fast AI like this, I want Ukraine into Rum. Sev into Rum opens up Fleet Sev maybe for an air, or even if RT want to work together, it's pretty inefficient from here.
Okay, so we get the builds down. I don't see anything that's particularly surprising, so let's just move on. And now we have what looks like the French, after in principle trying to support the English into Belgium, decide that the England's screw up is going to lead to a move against them. So they seem to be now going against the English. The English presumably saw this coming because they do cover the English Channel. Elsewhere, Germany supports the Russians into Sweden while moving into Baltic, presumably to kick them out again in the fall, while the Italians and the Austrians continue to collaborate. The Turks do kick the Italians out of the Aegean Sea, which is interesting because the fleet Aegean removes rather than retreating to the Eastern Med, which means that maybe the Italians are going to have a different game plan than what it looked like. And then finally of interest is the Russian move from Romania into the Black Sea and the Turkish move into Armenia. So clearly a lot of people not really seeing eye to eye, where in 1901 it looked like there was a lot of friendly play, less so not in 1902. Let's move on to the fall. And indeed, we see the Italians maybe a greed bounce in Trieste, hard to say. But the Russians and the Turks are definitely fighting now. The English and the French are definitely fighting now. The Germans take Sweden actually they don't take Sweden because the English support them, which is what you do here. So, okay, moving into 1903.
Got a couple builds that we got down there. 2 fleets,
Yeah.
Adam. Interesting.
Yeah, well, I think what's notable is the Russians putting down army in Moscow, which is definitely the most flexible build, but also the least, in immediate play, right? They could have put something into St. Pete. I think they're kind of working with the English right now, so it sort of makes sense that they would leave St. Pete alone. But I might have expected something in the army in Sev in this particular position, given their relationship in the south and that they are pretty thin down there. But let's see how that goes. 2 fleets for Italy is also really interesting. Those could go against Turkey or they could go against France. And looks like they're probably going against the Turks, except that the Austrians have now turned on the Italians, and they're doing something interesting here, not quite working with the Turks, seemingly working with the Russians here. While the Russians and the Germans go full out against each other, the French continue to fight the English. Come the fall, the French are now, well, it looks like England guessed correctly in terms of their coverages, so they do not manage to land an army into Wales. Is that correct? Does the English Channel cover?
I think so. Channel covered Wales, yeah. So
Channel covered Wales. So really nice move by Ben Kelman to sniff that out, right? Normally you cover Liverpool here, but the idea to send English Channel to cover Wales was really quite good on Ben's part. The Russians and the Germans continue to fight. For some reason, Ben, in this case, I think Ben probably thinks Germany's giving him Sweden, because that's really the only reason he would move Norway there instead of supporting Sweden. Instead, Jackson takes it himself. while the Russians and the Germans continue to escalate. Russia is now making some headway into Turkey. Brandon is just losing the battle, but it's really good news for Russia because it seems like Russia's getting the bulk of the gains here. Also, great position for Austria, taking 2 Italian dots right here, and probably going to be in the driver's seat again later in the game if they do choose to move on the Russian, because Russia just doesn't have the units down south. We'll see if they build there now.
Yep.
They do not.
And they do not. They make the northern build, which I think Jordan is probably loving this. This is such a strong Austrian position. They don't have, there's not really fleets in the Med to be worried about. There's 2 Italian fleets, but you've got such overwhelming army presence that you're in really good shape about that. Jackson is also looking really good. He manages to build that 3rd fleet, which will be really important against the Russians. Russia made the choice to build the South Coast Fleet, which makes sense when you're fighting the Germans, but it is really hard to get that fleet out is from this kind of position. So we'll see what Captain Gaming manages to do. So it looks like Jordan is sending things west, maybe work something out with Patrick to try to leave Patrick alone, to try to advance his own armies across the stalemate line, which is interesting. You don't see Austria gunning for Marseille this early in the game, but maybe it's just a feint. We'll have to see what he has in mind with that. And yeah, this is kind of the problem with that fleet south coast for Captain Gaming. I think he's probably wishing he had put another army down in the middle. Elsewhere, France is starting to make some progress against England, but Ben has been doing, I think, a pretty nice job in terms of defense. This is a position you're ultimately going to lose, but he's taking it slow, and if he can get the game changed sufficiently, as he just has by everything in Italy, now attacking Iberia, he has a chance to survive and do okay.
Yep.
Did you take a breath? France is progressing forward, but leaves England alone. Interesting.
Yeah, is that what you would do here, Johnny? Would you pull back?
As France?
Yeah.
That's a really hard question. If I know that Jordan Connors is about to stab Patrick like this, no. Right?
Fair.
But I might not know that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the going was slow, and the against England in the attack seemed pretty fierce from the AI in the south. So I think pulling something back into Mao is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and you just have to love Jordan Connors' position here. I mean, he's really overwhelmed Italy, and he's in a position to completely dominate Russia later in the game if he chooses to do that. And maybe he doesn't need to get a solo board top. Now he's up in Bohemia, potentially getting some play against Germany. Really, really strong position. Let's go into 1905.
But before we do that, we should point out Chris Kelly's comment here that Brandon Fogel has been eliminated. So this is already a brilliant board for DBN.
That's fair.
Yeah, Brandon hasn't played in a while. He had to shake off the rust.
Right.
Oh, look at that. Patrick actually built because of Spain, and Jordan didn't take anything that turn. So that makes it a little bit more difficult. But I think the position is just so overwhelming with those Austrian armies there. Let's see what happens in 05. And the Sev fleet is really interesting by Russia. That's really fascinating. And I think as Austria, you're probably not that happy about that, actually. It's not threatening to you, but on the other hand, like, what does it really do? I would be probably, as Jordan, thinking here, I maybe need to do something before those units get out and start to threaten me. Let's see what happens. Nothing immediate. And let's see, the French are okay. Patrick is completely pulling back, which really isn't going to help him. I actually think Patrick may be making a mistake here because I think he can probably survive the game in Iberia. He's not going to survive by pulling out of there. Elsewhere, I think the Germans and the Russians continue to scuffle. I think what I'm really watching for now is what happens with the Austrian-Russian relationship. Does it continue through the end of the game? Do they manage to hold it out for 2 more years, or is that going to deteriorate and Jordan making a stab for a really big top? Or maybe Russia making a stab. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're still working together, and actually they seem to be demilitarizing a little bit, but little bit not. Going to Greece, going to Serbia, armies coming back up. We now have the Austrians now have all of the boot. And up north, England has some new life. Ben is now making the play on Germany, which I think makes a lot of sense here for him. It's his best way to get some dots. He doesn't have a lot of time. He knows he's probably not going to top the board, but at least this gives him a shot to get a reasonable result. So, again, I think we've been neglecting England, but I think Ben's playing a very solid game from a tough position.
Me too. He's building.
Yeah. He is building. Fleet Eddie.
Now we get the North Coast Russian fleet. And again, I like what Russia's doing here, but I do worry that he's going to be really spread out for the late game. And I think it's going to, again, maybe Jordan's going to be a good enough ally to not do anything, but I think Jordan's probably a strong enough player that he's going to want to get the big top. So let's see. Yeah, the move to Galicia is interesting. We'll see. We'll see. And now here comes France coming south. So, is it too late? I don't know. But now we've got a nice EF. Ben has gotten France on side. And now England's actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not the full stab from Jordan, right? He goes to Gal, but Greece and Serbia stay where they are. So it's a little bit curious.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to show this one. So we had a change in the Russian position.
Got it. Okay.
This will affect it. Maybe. We'll see. There we go. And Johnny Gillen posted that in the chat too. Thanks, Johnny.
Okay. So, yeah, indeed, we've got, I mean, I don't see how taking Warsaw can be anything but a stab going for Romania here. So yeah, this is what you'd expect. He's also taking Munich, so it was an attempted 3-dot stab. He gets 2 dots out of it. Russia is still going to get something though. He gets Berlin, but yeah, this is just great. I think it's great position, great play by Jordan here. I think France is going to be, they get Tunis. The question is, do France and Russia now do something against Austria? And can they really in the 1 year you have left in the game? And I think if this game goes on longer, they probably can do some damage. But I think Russia's might have to pull one of those southern fleets right now. So I think it's not going to be too bad. Let's see.
Hey, one little comment. We thank the folks in the chat. These were virtual face-to-face games. So games were played via voice negotiations through Discord chat. So these were as close to a face-to-face game. We kind of came up with this method, not we did, but online people came up with this method during the pandemic to play. So there are no back and forth recordings of what happened, what was said in the room, and the only ones were there were the people in the room. So there we go. Let's get to the next turn. Winter 1906.
Okay. Let's see. Another fleet for Jordan, which makes sense in this position. So Russia does keep. Did Russia actually have a disband? What did they end up pulling? I don't even.
Livonia, I think.
It's Livonia. Okay. It's a fleet. Yeah, it's not that helpful, right? That seems reasonable, and it's also sending the message that I'm not going to defend against England as much. Again, it's 1 year left. I can sort of see the fleets in the south maybe give more guesswork than keeping that up north. What do you think, Johnny?
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely keep the fleets in the south for to put 2 on Greece and stuff like that. I think this position is so shot for Russia that really it has to be some kind of diplomatic, you can have the top, let's just keep working together and give me some of these German centers, take Rum, take whatever you need to have the top. I don't think Russia has anything they can pitch to Austria. I don't think Russia can defend, right?
Nah,
so that's all there is.
Not much. Okay, let's take this last year and see who comes in second. Is it going to be England or France? And now England tries to make the move to the Channel here. I suspect this is sort of a little bit of balancing to just make sure they're not defending themselves in the fall. And the Russians, oh yeah, look at this. Jordan puts Russia into Kiel while, moving themselves while losing Greece, I guess. But yeah, I think this is going to turn into a solid final top for Jordan of 11 or 12. Let's see what he ends up walking into. It takes Moscow, takes Romania, takes Khan, loses both, so he's +2, so about 13 centers. A great game for Jordan. Great game for Jordan. Well played by France and England for getting their stuff together and both having respectable results here. Yeah, good start and solid showing for Russia. I think early in the game, did some nice things, but really got spread out a little bit too much.
Yeah, I really liked the AR in the beginning. I thought Russia committed pretty hard to a war with Germany that was really slow and arduous and not that productive. And Austria was getting a lot, and Russia was kind of stalled out of position and just sort of left themselves open for Austria to do this. But it was a really good Russian game, both the early stages and then this final negotiation to end up in this good of a position.
Yeah, the changeover,
Totally.
CG slipping out for a year. Anytime you have a board where there's a sub, it just changes the dynamics, and it's frustrating for the person being subbed and for the rest of the players too. It slows down the momentum a little bit, but nice results all around, and 360 points in the first board of a tournament is never a bad thing. So congratulations to Jordan on that one. Round 1, board 2 has another gentleman you will see in some of these games, Jamal, Brandon Austin. This must be the game from down under played virtually. We got Brandon Austin in England. Great sideline coverage for us at the Aussie Open. That was fantastic. Andrew Goff, who some of you may know, and for others who don't, pay attention to his games. They're always fun. Noam Brown. I haven't seen Noam play too much. I don't watch too much of the virtual. Brian Prevel, who will host tomorrow night's broadcast. He covers most of those, but Noam was a previous DBNI competitor, had a good board in that. Just came short in Germany. Christian Brown, who was subbing in on that other board, so he was in 2 boards possibly. We'll see how he did in this one. In Italy, Bradley Grace, frequent competitor on top boards in these virtual tournaments. In Russia, and Darcy Morris, another Australian player coming here. So, Johnny, you want to take the lead on this one?
Happy to. Important to note that more than half of this board is Australian, and this board started at 3 a.m. in Australia.
How about that?
So, All right. So in the early going, what do we see that's interesting? We see a bounce in Piedmont. We see a DMZ in Galicia, which allows for a Russian Northern Open. Bradley also opens Sev into Rum. Second time we've seen an early fleet into Rum this tournament, so that's interesting. And the Black Sea is also DMZ'd with Darcy out to Khan. So a lot of tempo play on this board. Not a lot of bounces. The only bounce we do see is where you don't expect it in Piedmont. And here we've got Christian takes Piedmont and also Tunis. Andrew is convoying into Portugal, so leaving his fleet in Mao can definitely lead to an early attack on the English position. We're getting 2 builds for Russia, and Darcy is out into the Aegean early.
That gets us to some builds. I think we got all the neutrals covered. That's good work by this board.
3 for Noam and a Northern Fleet for Bradley are the Oh, and Andrew is waving and building in Paris because it's Andrew Goff. Of course he is.
Who needs a second fleet when you're Andrew Goff?
Not Andrew. And here's another early attack on Italy from Austria. Another thing that doesn't happen that much, but I think actually should happen more than it does. So Jamal is going to have a guaranteed shot at Venice here in the fall. Darcy's turning around, setting up to go into the Black Sea and Armenia. Well, Bradley Grace takes Norway. Noam Brown pushes out towards Brandon Austin. And Goff repositions, but I do think an attack on Brandon is likely.
The calls helped us cover that Australian tournament. Yeah. Study those tactics very well.
And here we have Andrew Goff taking his 1 fleet into the Western Mediterranean and backfilling Piedmont. So this is a very odd, maybe a sort of Western triple thing, which would be very Australian also. It's a very Andrew Goff thing that's going on here. Brandon's getting a fleet piffed in Skagerrak, so if it is a Western triple, It's not a Western triple. E and G are still fighting. Goff is just being Goff. But E and G are fighting, and the person winning in the north is Russia. So that's fun. And in the south, Darcy's taking Greece and is going to get a build.
It's looking like an old school RT is forming right here, right? With that Fleet and Rum going up to Sev, sliding the armies down. Army Warsaw right here.
Yeah, Fleet Smyrna too. I think so.
All right. Andrew does get his second fleet out there now.
Never mind.
Or not.
The old school RT breaks down immediately with both sides moving against the other. So somehow they both knew it. Andrew Goff is being supported into Venice and getting into the Turnian Sea. So Christian Brown does not appreciate being attacked by Jamal and intends to give Andrew the benefit of that, which I'm sure Andrew is happy with. Brandon Austin is losing the North Sea, while Noam also moves down into Bohemia. So this is looking like a really strong position for Noam here. Bradley's still pretty strong in the north. Further curiosities in the east, with Venice sliding into Apulia. So Goff's not building, but all of his units are in interesting eastern positions. Not much moves over around the north, but in the east, the breakdown of the RT is certain now, with Sev convoying into Ankh making a terrible guess into Armenia. Well, really, it's just a great guess for Bradley, really. This is kind of a soul read. And A and I are working together over Greece while Jamal takes Naples. So
What the thing that's puzzling me on this turn is, what is Noam doing? Why is Munich going to Berlin and Bohemia, which is such a nice place to be for Germany when you can afford to be there? And I think Noam can afford to be there. So why is he shoving back?
I think Jamal pitched him that him in Bohemia was going to slow down Jamal, and that Jamal was important to slow down whoever in the east is doing better than Jamal is, which is Darcy or Bradley. Which is not a bad pitch. If I'm Noam and I hear that, maybe instead of doing this, I'll go up to Silesia or something.
Right.
But maybe you don't want a war with Russia, so yeah, I could see it.
I believe that Silesia is a German province, so just
right, right, yeah.
Builds and spring 1904.
And we see that Jamal and Christian, I'm still not sure what the nature of their relationship is. They were working together over Greece. Now Goffey is working to put Jamal into Rome. So Goffey's 3 units in the south have still gained him not a single center. But the big news here is Noam into Burgundy. This is probably a stab. It's not a very strong one. There's not a lot Noam can do from Burgundy in the immediate term. But maybe this is a positional thing. And Bradley, with strong support coming into the Norwegian, could be a part of that equation. So what do you think about that one, Adam?
I don't see how to take it anything other than a stab. I mean, I don't know what it accomplishes in the immediate, right? He's probably not going to get a dot out of it, though he could guess well, right? If Goff doesn't cover both of his centers. I mean, it's a pretty irritating place to have a German unit, even just a single one, when you only have 2 units back home.
Yeah. Do you like it, though?
Do I like it? I mean, I'm somewhat surprised to see it before he's taken a single dot off of England. Kind of would have expected him to finish the job first. But maybe he's confident enough in his relationship with Germany right now that he feels like this is the right thing to do and leave England sitting on 3 dots, being contained by Russia, and make your move sooner rather than waiting, right? It's only a 1907 game.
1910.
That's 1910. Okay, well, then you got plenty of time. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, maybe it's premature in that case, but here he guesses right.
Yeah, hey. If you can walk into Marseille, it's a good stab, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Noam's walking into Marseille here. It's looking increasingly good for Noam. That hurts for Goffey for sure. But Goffey's taking Tunis and Naples, so things could be worse. He'll still get a build. Bradley is taking Smyrna, so this is increasingly looking like a really strong Russian position to go with a really strong German position. That's interesting. And Jamal and Christian and Darcy are just playing whack-a-mole.
Our RG is such a powerful alliance, and we don't really think about it or see it played, out for more than a turn or two. And I don't know if we're going to see it for more than a turn or two here either. But man, when it's played well, those two can dominate the whole northern part of the board. And there actually is sort of some way. There are ways to do it in a way that's safe for both powers. And I think Noam and Bradley are at least on the road to it. I don't know if it's going to continue.
I totally agree.
All right, we move to winter 1904. Nothing terribly surprising. Spring 1905.
Sure. So the RG definitely continues for now. Another great guess for Noam. Jeez, Noam's in Spain now. So I wonder whether he's using his diplomacy AI models that he creates to ask them for the moves. Bradley in the North Atlantic. So really nice for RG. Nothing much happens in the East. Bulgaria is being taken by Jamal. Goffey is into Rome.
Into the fall.
And Christian Brown lives to fight another day in Constantinople. We say goodbye to Darcy. Noam is piffed in Marseille, even though he had a possible piffed in Spain despite a retreat to Marseille. That might be a backstabber error or something. That doesn't seem correct to me. I don't know, but either way, the fleet positioning, North Sea, English Channel, Clyde, Norwegian, with a convoyer in Norway. Still
do you think
looks
maybe
good.
he wants the do you think maybe he wants the rebuild, seeing that Russian army moving to
Prussia. Yeah, that probably is what it is. I don't love this. If this is a Russian stab on Germany, this is another stab that I think is not wildly strong. But we shall see. I thought that about Noam stab too, and then he pulled it out. So.
Well, I wonder. I mean, Bradley's got to make a choice here, and he chooses to stick with Jamal. I wonder if that's the play, or if he should. I mean, I'm sure he thought about this and knows the dynamic on the board a lot better than we do.
Right.
But positionally, it almost looks better to make the move on Jamal. That being said, diplomatically, this might be the right play.
It could depend too on what those 3 English units that are still alive want to do.
Yeah.
Right, we are in winter. We do get the rebuild back in Berlin.
Yeah. That's. I mean, he sees this and he says, "I'm going to lose. I could lose Silesia, Bohemia, and everything right now." So yeah.
Yeah, makes total sense. And they're at war. They're at war no, they're not at war. They're arranging a strength 2 bounce in Silesia, while North Sea convoys Norway to Eddy.
Oh.
That's a thing you can do. Those are orders that in diplomacy you can order. And Noam doesn't care because he walks into Brest, because in this game, Noam knows every move that Goffey's going to make before Goff does. So that's fine. That's no problem. And yeah, Jamal's positioning in the middle. He's not going to get Munich, I don't think. And Christian is probably out of this game now with Bradley and Khan. That is indeed the case. This could be a disentanglement though between France and Germany, right? France retakes Marseille, so that's his home center back. Brest has popped, and Germany is up into London from the Channel. So Germany no longer has anything in the French theater. We'll see what France wants to do now that Germany's attacked him this way and pulled out. But it's a build for France and a build for Russia out of the English centers.
Well, I'm standing by my prior comment that maybe Bradley should have moved on Jamal, because look at what happens right here.
Yeah.
And now Bradley's going to be in a bad way.
Yep. A fleet Trieste from Jamal, because why not?
Well, I think you got it. You just stabbed Russia. You need to have something down there, right?
I do. Yeah, I do think it's probably right. Yeah, and you have that Goff. I think Goff's fleet is working with Bradley too, or sorry, with Jamal too.
With Jamal, yeah, I think so.
We continue. It's fighting between F and G. That was probably foreseeable. It's still redounding to Bradley's benefit, which has been his MO for this game. There is fighting between Bradley and Jamal, but it's all positioning. Nobody's going to gain or lose any centers in the East in the near term, I don't think.
Word. Oops. There you go. Yep.
And we keep going, and now Noam has problems in the middle if Goff is his enemy. So Noam pulling out of France in this way, it's great to make peace if you can make peace, but if you can't make peace, it looks like he's now got 3 enemies on his border, with Silesia supporting Vienna to Bohemia. So that's not good for Noam. We could be headed toward a draw here, given the Eastern moves, I think, maybe.
Do you think? Well, I mean, I'm not sure that Jamal takes a draw yet.
I think it's pretty hard for Jamal to take very many more centers.
Well, I think he can get into Turkey here, can't he? Maybe not.
With Russia
Goff's
and
help.
Armenia and Syria, with Goff's
Maybe
help,
not. Maybe not now that he's in Armenia and Syria. Yeah, maybe not. But with Goff's, I'm not sure. If Goff goes into the Eastern Med and they collaborate, now you've got Syria supports Smyrna and Kara supports Khan. You're not getting anywhere. Nah.
Yeah. Now the line in the center is a little weaker. Silesia could be taken, for example. So there's play to be had, but it's it's pretty grindy.
Yeah. Yep. You read that perfectly.
Yeah. Congrats to Bradley Grace. Beautiful Russian play the whole time through, and good games from Noam and Jamal too, very much.
So 3 a.m. Australian time gives the big board top to the Brit.
I'm really enjoying this French position right here with everything but Gascony occupied with an army. That's really nice.
Yeah. You will leave my territory, French armies.
There's not a lot of fleets on this board in general, huh?
No, it's true. They're all up in Norwegian and now and stuff.
The last game we had all those fleets. This one we go the other way. So, all right, we are going to do all 3 boards in round 1, and to that we will see Evan Swear. I haven't seen Evan on a board in a while. Welcome back in Austria, Zoe Cameron, another one of our Aussie helpers on the coverage. Hello, Zoe. Katie Gray. Katie Gray in France. I saw Katie enter the chat a few minutes ago, so welcome. Michael Blom in Germany. Michalis Camaris in Italy. Matt Colburn. I don't know that name. Anyone know Matt?
He is a New York player who found us through the online advertising, and that the Diplo Rats were not previously aware of him. So he's now he's made our acquaintance, and he'll be at the next game.
Yep. And Turkey, Roni Morvanov. Roni, another. He was one of the original virtual face-to-face players I remember from those early seasons. Roni, good to see you. So, Colburn Classroom, I know you too. So welcome, nice to meet you. Glad you found us, and let's roll. Adam, you do this one. We'll go without reveal. Here we go.
Okay, we've actually got a bounce with Russia this term in the Black Sea, but it includes the Smyrna up to Armenia. Galicia remains empty. Out in the west, we see a lot of pretty normal stuff. Nothing going on in the English Channel. France moving for both Iberia and Picardy.
And Matt should take the draw here because this would be a good result for him.
That's right. It doesn't get any better as Russia, right?
All 1901.
All right. So Matt in Russia does go for Norway in this position, but the English support the convoy in. So they'll be building, and St. Pete is going to be covered for the further Russian build. Elsewhere, we see the Turks are all in on attacking the Russians. They go for the Black Sea and 7 bounce from Romania. The Italians make an interesting move here up to Tiroli and Venice, which is generally not pro-Austrian, but let's wait and see what Michalis does. We all know Michalis really loves the IT, and so he's might be setting up for that here.
With the Turks and Armenia too? Yeah, I have a feeling.
Yep.
And
I wouldn't be. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a Turkish fleet Khan here, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
and you do see it.
Yeah.
2 fleets for Katie.
Yeah,
must not have been watching Andrew on that other board wave those fleets.
Yeah. That's right.
No, she was watching. That's why she did it.
All right, so this looks like Katie moving up against Zoe in England with the German help, with German going up to Helgoland, and England really just setting up against going north against the Russians. So they'll be well positioned to be making their play against the English there. We see again Austria attacking Italy early in the game, though in fairness to Austria, that Italian position is not exactly friendly.
Yeah.
Particularly, we also have Naples to Apulia heading into the Adriatic. I mean, clearly that's right. But I think just I think this is 3 for 3 on early Austria-Italy conflict, right? And I think it worked well for Austria in one game. I don't think that Italy did well in either game, but the Turks got into the Black Sea, obviously, in this case. And the Russians are trying to make a friend of the Austrians here, and they maybe get some points here for putting them in Romania.
Right.
To the fall.
Yeah, and so the Turks take Romania for themselves here. Sort of odd to not see Russia throw the token support for Romania from Sev, even knowing it's going to get cut. But up in the north, they're also they're doing a little bit better because they take Norway from the English. The English have their own problems with Katie surrounding the island, and Austria and Italy continue to fight here.
It's going to be slow for IT with the army build in Moscow.
Yep, there it is.
To the spring, Katie gets the convoy ordered correctly this time.
Yeah, Katie gets into Wales, so this and Germany lands in Yorkshire. So this is really going to be very painful for. It's going to be very, very painful for the English here. It's interesting that Russia continues to kind of really help the France and Germany here by cutting. I mean, I guess Norwegian's not doing anything this turn. We'll see if they back off and let England defend after this. The Russians now take Romania. It looks like the Russians and the Austrians are working together. Maybe Italy and Austria. Well, I mean, Michaelis's orders are pretty much doing nothing. So
a little sneaky there, yeah.
Pretty much doing nothing there. I suppose he was supposed to go to Eastern Med or Aegean or something, but doesn't do it.
Tyrolia also orders into Venice, and Venice.
Yeah, I think I think if I'm Austria here, I'm probably defending myself in the fall.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'll say,
let's see what happens.
Instead of ordered correctly, Katie guessed correctly this time, or read her opponent's mind correctly this time.
Well, I think the convoy to Wales was guaranteed, right? Because she had support.
Right.
So she takes the force in Liverpool. I guess she puts the Germans into Yorkshire, and the Germans convoy England over to Norway because why not? Elsewhere, Michaelis indeed does attack the Italians. This is kind of exactly what we were expecting from the beginning here, taking Trieste, taking Greece with the help of the Turks, who maybe should have been protecting their own centers, but didn't here. And Roni is going to have some pretty big problems from this position, I think.
Yeah, if I do an IT with Michaelis and I'm at 3 centers in the spring of 04, I'm questioning my life decisions, that's for sure.
I think if you do an IT with Michaelis, you're probably questioning your life.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that.
All right. Katie puts another fleet down, interestingly, in Marseille. But yeah, maybe not interestingly. Maybe that's the right play here. I think it probably is, because unless she's going to be flooding the north with fleets, which maybe. But even if you are, you can't do much with Brest right now, so you bring it around, keep one in the south. Let's see where that goes. Yeah, and she is flooding the north, so that's not good news for Micah, because this is really this has got to be a stab, I guess. Moving into Holland is hard, and Burgundy, it's hard to see that as an agreed upon move. This is really actually pretty nice for Katie, because she's got Zoe attacking the Russians in the north, and she's basically got the position on Micah now by walking into the North Sea, Yorkshire, and everything else.
London's a guarantee too.
London's a guarantee, that's right. So she's taking these 2 off of.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead. If you were Katie Gray, I want to ask: would you, in this position, hold North Sea, Yorkshire, English Channel, Holland, and Burgundy?
Apparently so.
Right. Yeah. I just want to put Katie on blast officially for this decision.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure why you do this, right? I think. I mean, far be it for me to question Katie because she's probably going to have a huge top on this board.
Yeah,
But I think you can play aggressively here. Do you see
me
an
too.
advantage to slow playing this?
No, I think you can have 17 centers on this board by fall of 1907. If you take London, move into Ruhr, like cut Denmark, do all the things.
Do all the things you normally would do. I mean,
Kiel,
heck,
even Kiel and Holland.
yeah.
Plus
And Germany's
one,
still
plus one.
building? Did Germany have a PIF somewhere?
No,
Oh,
Germany
they
took Sweden
Sweden.
took Sweden, but lost
and
Holland.
Vienna too.
And Vienna, far out. That's way to go, Katie, for keeping Micah on side, I guess. I mean, at least if you're going to hold all your units that could be taking German dots, at least Germany's still not bothering to defend against you and still doing all the things you want them to do.
I guess so.
Okay. So Katie puts down another army. England puts down another army because why not? Maybe I guess Katie's going to convoy it up to Norway, or they'll convoy it to St. Petersburg or something here.
And she does.
Indeed.
exactly.
Of course they do. I'm trying to figure out how Matt offended everybody like this, but meanwhile, I guess I've been neglecting the East, but Roni is back in this game, and doing well. I think the AI is certainly serving McCallus really well, and I think Roni's back in the game, though. I don't know that he's going to be in a very great position if McCallus comes out on top of this year, but we'll see. Maybe McCallus is going to have to just send everything the other way to deal with Katie very
Right.
soon. So maybe Roni doesn't really have to worry because all those Italian armies need to go up towards the middle and the fleets need to go west.
Right.
And indeed, that is what McCallus is doing here, which makes a lot of sense, I think, when you've got a France that's this powerful and imposing their will on the board. Let's keep going. Yep. Another fleet for France. Wow. And two builds, a two army for Germany. That's really interesting, right? Because now your path into Germany. I mean, I think if it's a little bit harder, isn't it? Especially with such a strong Italian.
Yeah, you can jump into Heligoland and stuff like that, but I do. Yeah, Chris beat me to the English government in exile in Russia joke, but that's a lot of fun. St. Petersburg and Moscow.
Yeah. Yeah, so here's her play, and there's just not as much to do here, right? So she can take London, good, but busting through those armies in the middle is going to be pretty hard, especially when you have Italy supporting it from the other side.
Right.
This is okay. So now, I guess she convinced Mike.
Russia.
Russia cut Munich.
And fair enough.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
Hard to argue with that.
Yeah, why not? Okay. Though why did Berlin go to Prussia instead of just supporting Kiel here? Or why didn't Baltic? Well, I guess you got it. There's a lot of choices that were made here that could have been made differently, I guess.
Yeah, Prussia is curious, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're trying to defend what you've got or see if you can get Moscow or something, but it seems like a far bet. And then Mike is now -3 because she lost Vienna, Kiel, and London, right? So there goes that. Now that position's going to collapse. So now if Katie wants to impose her will, she'll be able to do that. And what do you know? Another fleet that for some reason holds in Brest. I guess that's something you can do with it. And I don't know. We're all going to the line here. It's, I guess, a matter of how much Katie wants to take. I guess if she wants to take Scandinavia, she can do that, and then we go from there. She's at 14. She can get to 17 in this game pretty easily if that's what. No, they're going to call a draw. But I mean, Denmark, Sweden, and St. Pete are all hers if she wants them. So I guess she just decided we'll call it. I don't know if I can get them by in 2 years. I think she probably can if she hadn't held in Brest. Get that other fleet out, get down to Skag or Helgoland. I think she can get at least Sweden and Denmark.
Yeah. Although both Micah and Zoe kind of rolled over for her in this one and let her have them, so you don't really want to eliminate the players that
Yeah.
that have been working with you for a little while now.
Yeah, makes sense. And 14 is a pretty darn good
Yeah,
score in
it's
this
a huge score.
in this system. So makes
Mhm.
sense to end it there.
Totally.
So after round one, we see Katie Gray topping with that result right there, 370. Jordan at 360, Bradley at 340. Second place finishers around 210, 200. Those scores might be good. So it was top three results, Johnny, is that right?
That's right.
So you can't top every board. There's only 20 boards, so a good second place might be worth it. So we'll see if those
Those two
210s.
tens are good scores, right? I mean, two of those will beat a board top in a limb or a board top in a crummy result. What's a solo worth in this system, Johnny?
5 something.
5 something, and the biggest non-solo is going to be like 400 or something in that order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So round two, board A, we have Austria, Alex Batten, England, Eben Bolaris, France, Jordan Jacksons.
It's
that a common-
it's Jackson's roommate. He got shanghaied into playing at the last minute. I was rooting for Jordan. His full name in the system is Jordan Jackson's roommate, and I was rooting for him like you wouldn't believe.
Nice. Germany, Patrick Jacobson, seen him in 2 rounds now. Noam Brown also. Michael TB in in Russia, and Matt Colburn, who was just in Russia, now plays Turkey. So we will do this one. Johnny, I'll have you do this one, and then I'll do the next one. We'll give you a break to rest your voice, and then we'll get everyone back. Jay Bennett says 400 points for 17 centers. Let's see if anyone goes for 17 centers here in this one. Johnny, go for it.
All right, so we see a bounce in Burgundy. I tend to think that's a lot better for France than it is for Germany. So good job in the early game for Jordan Jackson's roomie here. We've got an old school Turkish opening. We've got Noam straight into Trieste, so we're probably going to see a move into the Aegean, and otherwise standard stuff.
So probably is happening.
And indeed, Ionian is in Aegean, so it's a good start for AI. Meanwhile, we have another convoy from Gascony to Portugal. Again, advanced tactics for a literal first-time player. So snaps for Jordan all the way. And we've got England and Belgium. He could be there to die. He could be there to thrive. Who's to say?
Who's to say? The other 6 players on this board will say, but 2 fleets heading towards England. Strong start.
Yeah, and Evan decides that actually he doesn't want to be nice to the new player. He would like Jordan Jackson's roomie to die very much. Thank you very much. But Patrick hasn't chosen a side yet, right? Fleet Berlin, pretty friendly. Army Munich could do a lot of things.
Jordan tried to build 3. Good for him.
This is Jordan. This is a Jackson move. You build all of them, and then the one that's last in the alphabet doesn't go through. So I bet Jackson kind of tapped him on the shoulder. And things start to go south here for France. We have EG coming in and attacking. They're in Burgundy, they're in Channel, they're in Now. So this is not good for France. In the east, this is not good for Turkey either. Bull is piffed by Austria. It looks like RT still are working together. That old school Turkish opening has provided some inefficiency against this really fast AI. And here we have this kind of air that has formed in the, well, we've got an air forming in the east, not only to take out Turkey, but also to do the old school thing, old school for me 3 years ago, of rushing into Munich. So they see this big EG and they say, no, thank you. We would like to take Munich. And the EG are still running. They're doing pretty well. They're taking Burgundy and Picardy and the Mao because of well, no, that couldn't be supported. But we'll see what happens now that they're going to have to turn around.
This sets up opportunities for France maybe to get back into this game, though. I really want to see that fleet in Marseille go down to Spain and get into play, right? So, but again, first game, these are totally reasonable mistakes to make, but definitely want to see all those units get into play.
I like the retreat to Irish too.
Forward retreat, no removals. That helps.
And Austrians are in Munich, so that's a lot of fun. Italians are in con with emphasis here. Everyone wants those Italians in con, except for the Turkish, of course. And unfortunately, Jordan is kind of going down. There's not a lot you can do. Loses Paris, but does get into Liverpool and is going to stay there. So gets to at least be a raider behind the English lines for a while. And as we keep going, we've got Austrians in Kiel. So the German line is really falling to bits here. This is really bad for Germany. Not quite as bad for England, except again for that raider as they take Brest. And the AI is just chugging along. They're in Constantinople. They're putting the Russians into Ankh to make up for the loss of St. Pete. Just really good AI stuff, mostly.
This is just really beautiful play by Noam in particular, because pushing Austria forward to be at the front lines of the AI alliance is just, it's just great, because you're making gains yourself in Turkey and you're getting those Austrian units out of the way and into places where maybe they can hold long term, maybe they can't, but they're strategically good for you, but you're going to be in the position to have the upper hand if you're ready to make a play later on.
Right. Army Venice, I'd be looking at that a little bit askance as Alex.
Not yet.
But no problems. Up into Munich, Kiel's popped, which is too bad, but the position around the middle is still good, especially if Russia's still on side, which I think they are. Smyrna's taken, so thanks for playing, Matt. And Jordan's staying alive. The EG is really having to scramble and turn around to deal with all these problems they're facing, and France is gonna maybe get a survival out of that. So that's good.
It's a little interesting, right? Because you make the EG staying together a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy when you run the AIR this way. I mean, I think you kind of have to do it, but it sort of prevents them from having any chance of ever coming into conflict, right? They pretty much have to stick together unless your side of the board, the dynamic changes in some way.
It's true, but boy, if you can get into the Mao and Berlin and Munich by 04, I mean, I don't care if the EG is staying together. We're taking all their stuff.
This is fall 04.
Oh, that's what we're seeing. So they're in the Mao, they're into Berlin, they're staying in Munich. The Raiders lost in Liverpool, but I think he'll probably work with Noam at this point and disband Marseille. So that's totally fine from the AIR's perspective. Yeah. And Austria takes Rum. So I was just kind of about to ask about this from Adam's perspective, whether if you're Austria here, do you stab Russia? Are you thinking about Trieste? There's a lot of Italian armies around that aren't really needed for the alliance. So at some point as Austria, you got to be like, hey, Italy's in a better position than me. I don't know what to do. And I do think going for Russia is a pretty reasonable option, Adam.
You've got to make a decision here. You got to go one way or the other, right? And part of it's going to be the dynamic of who you're more comfortable with diplomatically, and part of it's going to be positionally, what can I actually do? And I think positionally, this is right. I mean, Vienna made a mistake. It should have gone to Galicia here. Obviously, that's okay. These things happen. But yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. You're just playing with fire because Noam is going to continue to get into a better position versus Russia in this game is probably not going to improve their overall position very much. On the other hand, they're more expendable than Noam is probably.
Right. Yeah, they're not doing much in the north. That's true.
Move on.
And looks like Russia is still working with AI despite Romania. So I guess Russia has just sort of accepted junior partner status here, which is great. If you can get your ally to accept junior partner status, that's great. Russia's getting Sweden, so they're going to stay even. The Italians are through into Burgundy, so there is nothing resembling a stalemate line left on this board. The AIR has whatever they want. If they can just think of the tactics to take them, and with Noam Brown on their team, I think they can. Two people with builds that can't put him down. That's too bad. It's not what you want to see. And this is just tactics, I think. I think Trieste is probably agreed. I think it's a good agreement. Russia is up into Denmark and St. Petersburg. So Russia's actually starting to grow. Maybe spoke too soon that they weren't doing well. Everything else is just positioning.
How do you get Ankara to just walk out like that?
Maybe Russia, maybe they know the moves precisely somehow. Russia knew that St. Pete and Denmark were both happening, and
It's
Russia
just an
still feels
agreement.
like,
It's just an agreement for moving centers around.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. That's
Well,
that's what it looks like to
good
me.
for Noam for being able to convince them of that when you're already 3 centers ahead, right?
Yeah, I know it. I mean, Noam does lose Munich here, but takes Kiel, and I think a little bit greedily retreats into Portugal. I understand why you do that, especially because France had one in pocket, so they don't actually have to disband. But I don't know.
I think
I
why
would have
why
liked to
would
see
you why
Jordan.
would you not? You want you if you don't retreat to Portugal here, you're never getting back across. And here, I
Yeah,
think
just because
you need the fleet there. I mean, it's your ally, but you need the fleet there, and France is not pulling anyway, right? So
no, it's the right move. I just wanted Jordan to have as many centers by the end of the game as possible. No,
Yeah.
this is the right move. It's a good
Yeah.
move from Jordan. Or
Heart
from
definitely is with France here.
Yeah, yeah. And Kiel has popped again, but Russia's in the North Sea, so that's a lot of fun. Russia's getting to have a lot of northern fun. One wonders whether Galicia here is agreed.
Hmm.
Maybe, maybe not. And the Austrians are still in Munich. Back in Munich, I guess. And again into Kiel. So Germany it's kind of a big what is Brandon like to call it a Cuisinart in Germany the last couple of years, but advantage AI nevertheless. We get Russia gets into Eddy, forcing a disband for Germany, which is not what Germany wants. Germany's getting popped also in Gascony, so good stuff all around for the air.
Germany cannot build. Another third time this game.
Yeah. Well, Germany has no home centers left,
Yeah.
so they definitely can't build.
What a frustrating game this must have been for Patrick.
Yeah.
You've
Absolutely.
just got no diplomatic leverage with the other side. I'm sure he's working them really hard, but man, no leverage.
Evan too. They've just been defending since like 1902. And it goes on. I mean, it's the march continues. Norway, Holland. It's pretty much all over. The only question is, Ukraine. Is anything going to happen in the Eastern Alliance? Otherwise, I think they're just going to take what they can get out of what's left of the West.
Oh, Ukraine and Armenia. Doesn't that look like they're about to take Russia out? And Prussia, Silesia. I mean, this looks like they're about to kill Russia.
Yeah, but why do you bounce in Serbia? Yep, you're totally right.
I mean, come on. Why? I mean,
You're totally
what
right.
else?
Yep. Yep, you're totally right. So beautiful. These scores are getting higher and higher, right? This is up 3 for Austria, up 1, 2, 3 for Italy, up 4 for Italy with Belgium. Holy crap, 13-12. Look at this board. It's Christmas.
And what's the difference if they were tied? They probably are both. There's a little bit of a topping bonus, or is the topping bonus gone if you share a top?
A shared top between two people is 150. For one person, I think it's 200.
Yikes! How are you thinking about this board? I mean, from the different perspectives of like Noam and Alex here, right? Because this is tense right now.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 2 years left, and I mean, this is really got to be very tense for both of them.
It's very tense. I think Austria actually can top this board. Sev's hanging in the breeze. Thank you, CG. Thank you.
Yep.
Right. Munich is probably takeable. Caen is maybe defensible, but it's kind of iffy. I think Austria can probably get the edge over Italy, but doing that collapses the whole line. And now you have this question of what everyone else is going to do. Right. So diplomatically, it becomes really tricky.
Yeah. And I also wonder, I think a lot of the dynamic might be who are England and Russia and Germany more angry at, right? Who do they want to top?
Yeah, great point. Yeah.
All right, 2 years left. Let's see what happens.
They're working together just fine for now. I mean, Noam into Ionian and Aegean, that's defensive stuff. Now it's if somebody stabs, maybe Noam is the one who's going to be on top, right? Lusev take Greece. It's a wash. Noam's in Brest, going to get Paris. So Evan seems resigned to losing pretty much everything in France now. So there's part of the answer to your question. You have this weird daisy chain around Belgium, which kind of looks to me like Alex wants to stay where he is. So maybe that's also Alex positioning around Sev, positioning around Munich. So this could be some tricky stuff going on between the two of them.
This you there.
Yes, in fact. Although this could actually work.
I don't know.
Whoa,
It's
whoa,
Ah,
whoa.
Sorry, I was trying to type something.
Interesting.
This could conceivably be agreed, I actually think. Greece to Italy makes sense in any AI. Sev to Austria makes sense. That's an easy swap. Austria builds in St. Petersburg, and Noam builds in France. The only problem here is that Noam has one in pocket, so Noam really is up, I think.
But he just moved out of Ionian, right? If he was going to really, he's only got a year to go. So if he really wanted to stab, I think the way to do it would have been to stay in Ionian so he can set up to convoy to Albania to use that build that's sitting in pocket, right?
Right. I don't think he needs to stab though. No, I think he can just defend his top.
And because is he one ahead? No, it's 13-12. Yeah.
So here's where we're at. It's 14-14 at the moment.
Oh, sorry. I missed.
14-14.
I was
Yeah.
wrong.
So this could be just a tie. They might just call it here.
Maybe.
They do not.
They do not. Are they making a play? This is
It looks like
defensive.
it.
This looks defensive.
You think Bohemia, Tyrolia, Venice is defensive?
No, I don't think it's defensive, but I don't think he can take anything from that position.
No. I don't
Right,
think so either.
Serbia he can support Bulgaria. He can support Vienna. Well, no, he can't hold Vienna, can he? It's a guess. Vienna's going to be a guess.
It's a guess.
Vienna's going to
With
be
Munich
a guess.
too. Yeah.
He loses Trieste or Vienna.
Got Trieste.
Yeah.
Oh, but he lost Greece.
He takes Greece.
Because Khan holds.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The
Khan.
Liverpool.
Khan could have braced, but Evan said nope. Somebody's going to top this board.
And it's a guess up in Finland, right? Whether to go to Sweden or to go to Norway.
Yeah. So it was a fun 1910.
Wow. Crazy, dude.
But it goes to Noam. 15 center top. Huge top.
Because that's what we're talking about.
Congrats to Alex as well. That's a name I haven't seen on the virtual circuit. I'm not sure if he's played some games before, but what an impressive performance by both of them.
Alex is an Aussie, I think.
Got it. And nice job by Noam, as always.
Yeah. Surprise.
Yep.
All right. We are going to, what did I just do here? We will do round 2, board C. Let's go to that map. We've got Cody Green, who sounds like he was helping with GMing as well. So thank you, Cody. And Austria for you in this one. John Bin, I've seen John's name before in England. Justin Lord, looks like he did sneak in to get a game in, so that's good here in France. Jamal back for a second board in Germany here. Jason Bennett. First game, we've got Jason Bennett in Italy, Jason Gray in Russia, and Captain Gaming in Turkey. So I will do this one. Johnny, you want to break for a minute?
I can, yeah, sure.
Yep. All right, we'll pull you back to the next one. All right, Adam, tell me what I miss here. We're going to go through these pretty.
You're going to take point on this one, Kevin?
Yep, I'll take
Go
point.
for it. Awesome, fantastic.
You tell me what I miss here. We've got the pretty modern standard opening for RT, bounced in the Glacia. Everything makes sense. I like Venice to Trolia. It's one of my favorites. I know not everyone does. Pretty straightforward, except for Kiel to Helgoland. I'll be curious to see what that move brings us for Jamal.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, and then the again this French opening to convoy to get that last unit, both the armies into the Iberia, right?
I like that. I used to do that a lot, but I feel like it has not produced good results. But we've seen it a couple times this tournament. I don't think anyone got good results with it yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, that opening by Jamal is so bizarre, and I'm certainly not one to question Jamal's decision here, though. to me, it's awfully awkward to have that army in Denmark, and now when you put a fleet down, it's really going to be more different. I guess you can put it out to Holland, but to me, it's a fairly awkward opening position. But and it sort of telegraphs a move against England, right? And so you're sort of diminishing your options that way. Of course, if you've got France on board, and that opening by France is pretty anti-English, maybe it's something you can get away with.
We'll see how that rolls. Everything else is standard in the East. I don't think anything too well on.
Interesting.
Yep. Build Fleet Brest. Yep. So onside Fleet London. Typical builds everywhere else around the board. Spring 1902. Yes, progress further north for France. England is not a friend of Germany at this point. Does not care what France is doing. Trying to punish Jamal. We'll see how Jamal responds with that. I think the fleets, he tried to convoy back home. Oh, tried to do a convoy switch. So interesting there. Did not work. Norway down, Bosnia out. A lot of holding in the middle for Cody. What do you make of Jason's moves? Tyrolia to Bohemia, Bohemia now back to Tyrolia.
I think he's just, making some options. I mean, going back to Tyrolia here is because he's in with Austria, and they're going up into that space. And I think he'd rather be the one in Tyrolia than have Austria be there, right? It's just closer to home.
Bounce in Liverpool. Everything else French moving forward.
It's kind of fascinating that Cody put Jason into Bulgaria. Usually the Austrians take Bulgaria in this position, right? While the Italians optimize their fleet position. Maybe even more interesting that he took it with his fleet rather than just convoying up there. So that's kind of
fun. Isn't that usually associated with a lending of Trieste though? So maybe Italy needed the fifth, and so this was the way to get it. We see another fleet for Italy, Army Berlin, since Holland is taking this turn, and Army London. Interesting.
Well, when you're under attack, I guess it's one way to defend yourself is to keep a bunch of armies on the continent, right?
Yep. And the armies were going to go. Armies in Eddie in London anyway, so it didn't matter where that was built, but did get Justin to move around. So interesting diplomatic shift, maybe. We'll see where that goes. Italy moving the fleets, not a whole lot else progressing. Slower start.
Well, it looks like what looked like a an FG against England now looks like an FE against the Germans, right? I mean, Justin, unless the Belgium thing was agreed upon, I guess that is possible.
Yeah,
but
because this all looks fairly coordinated for it. Maybe it's a slow developing Western triple
but Marseille to Piedmont is pretty interesting with no fleets down there. So let's see.
Gets rid of the army in Tyrolia. Trieste even supports it down because they wanted to be in there and not bounce. Tunis makes it back. Channel coming back around. So Jamal still under some fire. Loses Holland. Can't tell what happened in Denmark, but nothing really progressed. And Baltic back to Sweden.
Yeah, this is an EF against Jamal right now. Don't let Burgundy supports Munich, fool you into thinking that they're working together, right? I mean, he's supporting the English into the Low Countries here. The only reason Justin is supporting Munich is so that the Eastern powers don't get it.
Yep. And that is fair. Italy does pick up Smyrna as Turkey was busy fighting in the more north, so picks up Sev, but gives up Smyrna in exchange. Maybe not one I would have done, but we'll see what CG does with it. Another Fleet Brest in France, Fleet Eddie this time, so no army build for John, and Jamal pulls the two Eastern armies. Interesting. And of course, pulling the Eastern armies allows France into Munich. So France goes north. England stymied. When you get into a position, Adam, as England, because I know you played England well recently, especially in the face-to-face tournaments, you got to get builds early enough on, right, to make progress. Otherwise, you just sit in position. when you're making these back and forth, because they were under attack, then they allied, what do you have to ask for in a situation with an EF or an EG to say, I want X builds or I want X position? What's your demand?
I think the thing you can do from this position, number one, is you've got this French fleet that's sitting up in Barents, and that's just an irritant. And what you need to do is you need to say, hey, let's get you into St. Petersburg and have you parked there, and then we'll maybe replace it later on with something else. But for right now, like, what you don't really want is this, where it's coming back into Norwegian and going to swing back around to now and other places where you just don't want French fleets, right? That's number one. Number two is, I would have liked to see the move into Helgoland Bight right here. I supported attack from the North Sea to try to get rid of that unit, and really, kind of put yourself in the driver's seat for getting Kiel and making a play into into Germany. English Channel is maybe a variable that you didn't expect if you're working with the English. I mean, if you guys are working together, and you're hoping now that France is going to pull down against Italy, but of course they don't. They were up in the Irish Sea and full hog against you. So maybe from that perspective, you're glad you didn't go to Helgoland. Of course, the Germans and the French now are working together, so this is just a whole morass, and the whole diplomatic situation was not managed the way you wanted it to be.
Yeah. So CG loses 2 more home centers here, had made it a little advanced with Austria's help, but then Austria snuck a center there. So IA sticking together. And then in the West, Jamal makes a little bit of a comeback here with some support from Belgium. So FG may be back on. So another flipping of the alliances in the West. Army Marseille comes down this time, replacing Army Ruhr, which makes France happy. A fleet Rome. So Justin will have to be on the lookout for Jason, and that's everything significant. FG now starts to roll a little bit more. Norwegian moves into Clyde, doesn't need to retreat there, although Justin now has to look for the defense on the south.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, I think, just got himself extended in too many directions. I mean, I think he's now committed to having to defend in the south. And I guess he may as well be working with the Germans against England after the moves he pulled. I think I might have preferred to see him stick with England for at least a short time and, get some units in the south, since it did look like Italy was about to be coming around.
Yeah. Let's see what Austria does against, IA take Munich, and Justin doesn't even get to retreat or make it into Berlin as Cody slips up to block that. Let's see. Jamal will keep Denmark. John will keep Sweden. And now the attack is on the Russians.
I have to wonder here why there was a bounce in London, why Jamal didn't get London. And it looks to me like Justin is just pining for dots here. I don't know how else to interpret this.
Yeah. Struggling to see where advancement might come with the attacks coming from the south. Was hoping to maybe slip in because blocking it doesn't matter. Although John has fallen 6-4. Jamal does build from Denmark, so somewhat defensive maybe, but not with IA rolling. IA moves closer to more units, more armies closer to the line. Jason does an excellent job with the tactics. Spain into Portugal, convoy over. Piedmont there. Marseille will probably be lost. We will see if that happens. John will survive, though, as Eddie will get into Clyde and probably into Liverpool. And IA is just mowing along, except for Jamal. Jamal and Justin worked that out well in getting back into Munich, so good for them. Russia, who was under attack, now is getting support from Austria. Interesting there. So they'll be at 2. Moscow is now Turkish, getting further and further away from home, but still surviving, so that is good. And Clyde does not take Liverpool. They are all working together in the West. Mid-Atlantic sneaks to North Africa, but that is short-lived down that way. Jason building 2 more. takes a solo lead at this point. 10 centers in 3:30. Cody one behind him. Spring 1907, North Africa rolls back, which is good. Jason gets all the fleets towards Mid-Atlantic. Let's see, Belgium, North Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, Norway coming along, Moscow into St. Pete, gotta love it. So we are gonna see if that will stick. Oh, he walks out. He couldn't build anyway, so good for Jason to hold on to St. Pete. And Turkey stays in Moscow. To the rest of the board, Silesia gets into Munich because France pulls back to cover from a potentially stabbing John. John does take Liverpool, and Justin gets London. Man,
I think the big question here is, who is in the position to top, and how are AI handling, looking at this board? Are they diplomatically, they're probably talking about shared tops and all that. Is that really what either of them has in mind? Does one of them think they can get ahead and get away with it? I think they're both in pretty interesting position. It looks like at the end of this year, are they going to be at 10-10, or is Italy? Yeah, they're at 10-10. And I'm expecting, I don't think Austria is going to put down a fleet or anything rash like that. But who has the here? It seems like Cody might have a slight advantage if he does, but he'd probably need to do something right away. I don't know that Italy is even remotely threatening anything Austrian versus Austria is,
they race. Here's the wonder on the race. So Jason picks up 2, Cody picks up Berlin.
Did Cody waive the bid?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
whether it was a forced waive or a misorder, well, there's no misorders in virtual, so yeah.
I mean, again, I'm not sure you do it, but I mean, I'm thinking, do I go put an army down in Trieste and just take Venice and send something down towards taking Greece and drop Sev down to black and do that whole thing right here? If I really want to top this board, I may have to do that because I have no other places to gain. Maybe I'm going to get Kiel, but I'm probably not. Right, so it's Moscow versus you're looking at the rest of France. Okay, well, he did get something. What did he take?
He picked up Moscow from Turkey, who moved up to St. Petersburg, and he got Berlin with the support.
Oh, he didn't have Berlin. Okay, all right.
Yep.
All right.
So picks up 2. They both pick up 2. 2 in France for Jason, and 2 up there. So we head into 1909, and they are still fighting with Jason taking Belgium and setting up position a little bit on England with 3 turns left. Certainly a opportunity to take some more in the north. France is now helping Austria into Kiel. So that is a gain there, but nowhere else, it looks like.
No,
Cody.
But this is also Jason saying, look, I'm not attacking you, but you sure as hell aren't attacking me either.
Yep. Nope, just tapping or making sure no one moves. Cody keeps Kiel. Jason keeps Belgium, and now again more position on England. So into the last year, 13-13, 295, 295.
Yep.
We have not said goodbye to anyone yet. We still have all 7 on the board with 1 year to go. They play this year. Jason makes it into London as France.
So will Cody get Holland right here? I don't know that he gets Holland here because Kiel can get cut by the Germans. Depends on whether the Germans want to do it or not. He does. He walks right in, and he gets support into Denmark. I see. This must be some kind of arrangement to get them to 14-14, right?
15-15.
15-15. Wow. Okay, I don't know how to count. Far out. Huh.
Excellent alliance play all the way through. None of them have anywhere to build in this turn. Not that they would have built anyway, but still +4 with 4 stars on the written score sheet would look quite fun there.
Beautiful play, and I don't know that I've ever seen Turkey survive with 1 center in St. Petersburg. That's also pretty cool.
With an army, I think I've seen it with the fleet going all the way around once.
With a fleet,
yeah. We've seen it there. Johnny, have you ever seen Turkey survive on a fleet in St. Petersburg, South Coast? Nope, he's on mute.
I said not yet. Got to spend more time in Chicago.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
We wouldn't let that happen. Here we go. All right. So nice results for Cody and Jason here. We do not have, let's see. Let's go. Game over. Oops. Let's do this one. Game over. Can I go to current? There we go. And go to current. Those are the results on these boards. We had a 14 for Ian Rudnick.
That doesn't look like an AI.
No.
First non-AI here. And on this one, board B, we had a shared 11-11. So we'll get into maybe some more coverage of these boards as we get into next weekend. But after round 2, we've got Noam Brown playing 2 boards with 2 really good results at 530. A lot of ones behind them. Ian tying Katie for the biggest board of the day so far, I think. And Ben Kellman must have been eliminated in one of those boards we do not see. No, we must have, no, just maybe a smaller result because no eliminations. So, all right, that's 340. All right, so let us get into round 3. In round 3, we're going to take a look at board A, which is McGregor. With McGregor, we've got Cody Green again. Spiros Novas in Austria. Going to be hosting the World in 2026. So much further out than Adam yours in 2025, but looking forward to Greece in 2026. As mentioned, Cody Green in England. France is Boyan Wang. I don't know anyone.
Aussie, newer player.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Tim Crosby making his first appearance this tournament. Tim with some stellar virtual face-to-face play. Former King of England, former King of England, current King of England. Bradley won this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So former King of England, Bradley, the current king, 2-time King of England, I think, in Italy. Michael Blom in Russia, and Alex for a second board here in Turkey. Which one do you guys want to take the lead on this one? I think we jumped around a little bit.
I think Adam did the last one. I can do this one if Adam wants a break.
Perfect. We'll do that. And I will not give too much commentary. I will just push the board. Adam will give you a quick break here. All righty. We are going to reveal.
All right. First thing of note is Cody Green slipping out into the English Channel. So Cody Green being aggressive early on. Bradley Grace up into Tyrolia, nothing crazy, and an Armenian fist bump between R and T. So lots of hearts and sunshine in around the Black Sea.
Yeah, but no follow up into Wales. So not too anti-French, but aggressive.
Right. And this is what you usually do in that situation is you convoy to Belgium. And this is a great way to respond if you're France, is to say, nope, you won't convoy into Belgium. I only need 1 build. That's fine. England, you're not getting anything, right? I'm going to give it all to Tim Crosby. I love this defense as France. So Tim's in Burgundy. He's in Holland. He's in Denmark. No builds for Cody Green. Not a great start. In the East, you do have Micah slipped out into the Black Sea. This could be a range, could be part of an RT. Could also be an early stab on Alex.
We'll see.
And there's an army in Ankara for Alex. So that is not seen very often. Not sure what that might mean. And 2, 3, it's all armies in Europe. Paris is army, Munich army, Kiel army. They're going to have a big army fight. So that's going to be fun to watch.
Fleet Naples stands out.
That's right. And speaking of Fleet Naples, Naples to Apulia, Tyrolia to Venice, and Tunis to Greece. So that army Ank, what did it mean? It means IT or IRT, maybe. Interesting. No love for the future World DipCon champ or host. Meanwhile, Cody gets into Belgium, but no further progress for EG. And Norway remains unclaimed. See how long that lasts. No longer. So there's 2 builds for Cody, the ones he was missing in the fall of 01. So that's nice. Still though, EG aren't really making any progress. Mao to Portugal, so there's a build for France. So EG really aren't making any progress. And it is an IRT. So the question is, if you're going to do an IRT, who is going to get cut out in the late game, right? Often Italy is afraid that it's going to be them, and the build that Turkey puts down here will tell us a lot.
All right, let's see what they put down. Another army.
That's an army. So I'm not very happy to see that army if I'm Micah. That is for sure. 2 fleets for Cody makes sense.
Do English armies go to Belgium to die in 1902 or just 1901? We will find out.
Let's find out. Not yet. Tim's sticking with the program, although all he's doing is holding Burgundy, so it's not a lot. And Spiros is going down hard and fast. No love for the Greek here on this board, unfortunately.
Tactics-wise, Liverpool to North Atlantic, maybe a little more safe to allow Wales to sneak out, but...
Yep. Oh, and I didn't mention, but I think Alex stabbed Bradley there in that last phase, right? Takes Greece and takes Ionian with the help of Spiros.
Yes.
So this could be the start of the RT. I don't know if Micah wants to do that. If she does, it's a great position for Micah. And there goes Tunis. So yeah, Alex is up 2 at the expense of Bradley. So nice turn for Turkey. Micah's building 2 in the Balkans. Nice turn for Micah. EG does, wait for it, nothing.
Yeah, but Micah takes Serbia from Alex. So only +1. No, +2. Where did the other one come from? Well, the fifth.
Pop, exactly. Yep. Yeah, so it looks like Alex and Micah are fighting where they might be good friends. I wonder why, and I wonder what that will mean for the rest of the board.
Yep. Word.
And the fleet in the black is piffed. That's pretty bad for Micah. On the other hand, Bulgaria is taken. That's pretty bad for Alex. So this war continues to be unprofitable as predicted. And in the north, EG does worse than nothing. They lose Burgundy. So this is a hell of a defense from France we're looking at from this newer player, that's for sure. Oh, and Wes is there to help, so they don't even lose Mao. That's fun. That's fun.
Loses Tunis for it, but...
Well, you know, you got to help out the French player. This is the kind of thing I would do, and then I would lose the game. It looks like Micah is down 1, up 2 in the Balkans. So Micah's still looking good in the south. This hasn't worked out for Alex as well as I was thinking it might. That's too bad.
Bradley had to have said to Micah at that point, you're going to be on the trailing end. Take the one you can get there, and that sowed it. And now look at Bradley's picking up 2 here.
Right, exactly. And there goes Greece. So Alex has given it up. So this is a great board for Micah. Huge board for Micah. And the EG is pulling out. They're turning around. Belgium into Holland, English into Belgium. They don't want any more of it. So Boyan successfully fought off the EG for 5 years, which is pretty impressive. However, it does look like he's losing Spain for his troubles because Italy is back on side with Turkey against Russia. So that's not going to be good news for the valiant French.
Italy is on their own side at this point, it seems.
Yeah, I think so too. And that own side involves picking up Spain and Greece. So Italy is looking really quite good. And I think this infighting from EG is catastrophic, right? This is really bad. You have this huge Russia, you have a big Italy, and what are you guys spending time doing? Switching back and forth Holland, Denmark. You're letting France, your old enemy, take London and Munich from you. Right, so France isn't even going down despite losing 2 centers. That France is shanking their old enemies on the way out, and they're gonna succeed.
Love it. Revenge is a best served cold, right?
Yes, that's right.
England gets the rebuild one though, so good for them.
And we see they're working together now pretty concretely, taking Constantinople and pushing into the line in the center. Looks like EG are back on side, but it's too little too late. While France continues to work against... France is just defending his own stuff. France is doing France things. Staying alive. And there's 2 for Micah in Germany, Berlin and Munich. So that's pretty good. And Smyrna. So pretty great turn here for Micah Blom. Italy goes up 1 in Marseille and another one in Bulgaria. So IR roll on this board, while Cody Green takes back London and Kiel. So not a bad turn for Cody.
Building two armies.
Curious
Well,
build. I don't know why you build armies here.
4 units on the island. Gotta defend.
Yeah. For the memes, I guess. And we play on. Italy is just continuing to push through. Gascony, Mao. They're taking out the Turkish centers. It's taken them a while to take out the Turkish centers, but I think that's kind of Bradley's not too sad about that if Mike is tied up down there.
Nope.
I think we're probably not too far away from a draw here. Yeah, because it looks like Micah's not pushing, not taking Kiel or anything. So I think Cody's been cut in on the deal as the lesser partner. We're looking at the approximation of the end state.
Yep. +2 for Bradley. That line going from 4 to 12 in 4 years is unbelievable.
Yeah. Just absolutely shooting up.
Yep.
And oh, that's too bad. So now Cody's in Brest. So I do think now Paris will be lost, and Boyan, for all his valiant efforts, will probably be eliminated here. And they'll eliminate Alex, and I suspect he'll end the game there. Yep.
Yep. You were correct.
Bradley's on top. No, they tied it.
12-10. Let's see. 2 years left. And that is it.
Yeah, I figured. And I do want to point out too that we do have an award this tournament called Remember the Alamo for a valiant but doomed defense. Most of our awards are not awarded yet, but Boyan has won the award for Remember the Alamo for that game. So cheers to you, Boyan.
Move that. I must have lost that somewhere. Anyway, good game. Another good result for Bradley, and Micah pushes back from not as good a result in the first game. So bring Adam back here for the full group. Let's get to round 3, board B, which is here's Mendy. Jonathan Sun in Austria, Isaac Jukes, DBN contributor in England, Jordan Connors back for a second board in France, Wes Ketchum, Windy City Weasel expat in Germany, Jason Gray, seen now for a second time in Italy, Alfie DB in Russia, and Arsing in Turkey. Adam, we'll let you read this one. Johnny, give some commentary where we need it.
Off we go. We have the, I'll call it the fake Armenian fist bump, I guess. So, we normally joke about the Armenian fist bump being the 2 fleets from Ankara and Sev bounce in Armenia, but here we have Smyrna and Sev bouncing in Armenia. Well, Ankara goes to black, so that's kind of fun for Marsh. We have not a bounce in Galicia, but rather the Russians moving in there, while the Austrians move to Bohemia and the Italians move to Tyrolia. That's really quite interesting. And in the West, we see a lot more standard types of moves from the 3 Western powers, though interesting that Jordan chooses to move both armies up.
Hood hog, right?
All right. What did I say, Johnny? The fist bump is Smyrna and Sev bouncing an arm.
I was just.
Oh, and the fleet going out. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I misspoke. The fleet. It's
okay.
normally the fleet normally goes out to Constantinople. Thank you for that. So you got to correct me real time, man. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We've only been out at this for an hour and a half. It could get really weird.
Oh yeah, I know. We're going on a deep run tonight.
All right. So Russia's going to build 3 because they walk into Budapest here. The Turks take Greece, and they now put the fleet on the east coast of Bulgaria. So they're going to build 2. Man, this is not good for Jonathan Sun. I think think Jonathan might be disbanding in 1901. Yikes. All right, these things happen. England goes north against the Russians. They convoy to Norway, go up to Barents Sea. That leaves Jordan to take Belgium and Portugal. And Burgundy's supporting something. I'm not quite sure what, but whatever it was, it didn't do it.
Disbanding, they are. Austria is pulling one.
Yeah.
Oof.
So Jordan builds the fleet in Marseille. That's very favorable. And Isaac builds an army. So very nice. EF, the question, I guess, is this going to be something Tripoli, or is Germany going to be fighting somebody in the EF? Or, okay. So fascinating by Italy, that built in Rome and is going up to Adriatic. I guess that sort of makes sense given the situation around Austria, that they want to get the fleet there. It does indeed look like it's an EF against the Germans, and England does pull back to do some defense against that. Russia's moving more units north to get their piece of Norway, and I guess it still looks like an RT with Russia supporting the Turks forward. Excuse, pardon what I said about it being an RT. Let's circle back, and we've got very quickly the Turks now taking Romania with Austrian help. So they're basically giving. I think Austria is going to be back up to 3 and build. Good for them.
Yeah, they can build in Sev. It's great. Or in Serbia. Oh no, Vienna's open too.
No, they can build in.
Oh yeah, that's a build. It's a build. Jonathan, yes.
I'm looking in the West. It looks like the Germans take Sweden, and the English are now supporting the Germans back into Belgium. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, Conk still gets a build, so well, gets a rebuild anyway. So I don't know.
Austria builds 2, but only has one.
Right. They have to play one short.
Yep. All right. Onward. Finland pulled. Galicia pulled for Russia's troubles.
Yep. Yeah, and Turkey goes to take Serbia for Austria's troubles, and they're still fighting the Russians. I think Russia makes an interesting choice here, putting the fleet into Rum. Probably not what I would have expected, given that they seem to be trying to get the RT back on track, but that's okay. And they support the Germans out to Norway while taking Sweden for themselves. In the West, you've got France and England continuing to fight. Let's see. Jordan goes up to NAO rather than taking Liverpool here, which was not defended. Continuing, they take Belgium back from the Germans, while the Germans kick England out of Holland. In the East, Turkey's fighting Russia yet again, destroying that Russian fleet. Maybe that was the plan. I don't know. Though they're going up to Armenia, which makes me doubt that was the plan. I think Russia's going to be pretty vulnerable here, though they will get a build right now, which I guess can go into 3 builds.
1 rebuild and 2 builds, right? Sweden, Norway, and
one,
a pop.
Right. Yep. 3 builds. So, and they built Warsaw, which is interesting. I would have expected Moscow in this position. Yeah. And the reason
or maybe
the reason I say that, for viewers who aren't familiar with the tactics, it's with Turkey in this position in Armenia, Romania, and Black Sea, you really want to have that unit behind to help defend Sev.
Right.
Unless you're giving up Sev, maybe it's a.
Well, you're giving up Sev in this position. I mean, you're not going to hold it, and that's indeed what happens. I gotta say, I really got to hand it to Jonathan in Austria. After a disband in 1901, not only are they, continuing to show potential for growth and having allies, but everyone's moving away from them right now.
Yep.
So, regardless of the outcome, this is pretty nice. Nice recovery by Jonathan here. In the West, England and France continue to fight. I think the German move to Ruhr is kind of interesting. That's going to put Jordan a little bit on notice. So we'll see how good things are there. Of course, it also having Russia moving up to Prussia that probably strongly diminishes the likelihood of there being any friction there. And let's see. Yeah, Austria should be +2 again. 1 short plus Romania. And they are working with the Turks now. And the Italians who are now going full force west. Jordan finally takes an English dot. And do they lose Belgium? Yeah, and they lose Belgium because now they're fighting the Germans apparently, because the Germans, I guess, preferred to put England into Belgium than protect Munich from Italy. Okay, that's something that happens.
So all that dipsy doodle, as Brandon would say.
That's definite Brandon Fogel grade A dipsy doodle right there. Sure.
Check out this center chart. Oh my god.
Yeah, we got everybody. Everybody's got just a few. But so why did Austria only have one? Did they lose? They lost.
They only had 3. So picked up Romania.
Yeah, I thought that they had another center. I thought they had Greece.
I think
they lost Greece last year.
They lost Greece as well. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So builds Vienna.
Yep. Sensible. And they're continuing to work with the they're rolling the AIT, Unusual Southern Alliance. Very cool. So the Turks are definitely getting some nice position out of this. Jordan is fighting, but looks like he'll be able to get Edinburgh now because of the English moving up north. But loses Marseille, so that's probably suboptimal for him.
Right.
Yeah, and he fails to retake it and is really losing some position on Iberia now. This is going to make things very difficult for Jordan. But he will get another build because he manages to take both Eddie and Belgium while only losing Marseille. So he will get to put another one down.
You know who else gets another build?
I'm guessing the Turks are going to get the build. I mean,
Jonathan's son. Yeah, Warsaw.
Can get a build. What do you get? We got Warsaw.
Warsaw.
Yeah, far out. Good for Jonathan.
I love it.
Jason,
I'm hoping for. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love to see an Austrian top on this board. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's great.
We got a Fleet Venice build, which is always everyone's favorite place to build a fleet. I think it's a good one. What do you? I mean, is that sending a message of some sort, Johnny, or is that just for fun?
If I have to give a real answer, I think it's defensive against Turkey, but its offensive capability is almost nil.
Yeah.
It can just sit in Adriatic, and it's another fleet on Ionian in case Turkey wants to come out, but it doesn't do anything. So
is the idea you kind of want to put a unit in Venice because you got Austria up in Tyrolia and you kind of have Venice and Trieste hanging in the breeze, but you also want to have a fleet in case Turkey does something funny?
Could be, yeah, could be, or you just want to have a fleet that sits in an Adriatic for the rest of the game to defend against a Turkish sub.
Yeah. Okay. And indeed, well, there's actually some pullback here because I think there must be some concern that something. I mean, I'm kind of surprised by this because you kind of have Jordan Connors right where you want him to be, right? And now you're pulling back. Yeah, I hope it proves to be a good decision because I think it's definitely a lot of big momentum loss for sure. And Jordan's going to get yet another build from London, so we'll see if that pays off and you can, maybe you're going to get the upper hand on Turkey by doing this. I'm not sure. It looks like there was a misorder for North Africa, which elsewhere in the West. Yeah, I mean, this is coming up really well for Jordan, right? He got Italy to pull away. He's got Germany going in the opposite direction. Man, this guy must know how to play the game. I don't know.
No, this Jordan guy? I don't think so.
Takes London.
Yeah, why not? So Jordan can just shift north now because he doesn't have to worry about Italy anymore because Italy's fighting the Turks and what does Italy get for it? They got Smyrna, but they lose Greece for their trouble. So was that worth it? I don't know. Maybe it was worth it. Jonathan's son is now losing Warsaw to the Germans.
Hate to see it.
Very sad. Do hate to see that. All right.
Jordan building 2.
Yep. Two armies is interesting. Yeah.
Run through the middle.
Yep. And still not taking Marseille back, because why do that now? You can take it back later. Italy's going the other direction, fighting some other people, keeping Turkey occupied. He's occupied. So now it's about pushing up against the Germans, which I think, you're in Helgoland, you're in the North Sea, you're in Ruhr. I mean, this is just everything coming up France.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's even a ton to say. I mean, Jordan is just pushing through here. He's in Kiel now. He's got, the Germans are now in Baltic, but in Denmark, I don't think it matters. The Russians are going to probably just try to hold out in the north as best as they can. And this kind of futile fight between the what was actually working pretty well as an AIT. I mean, an alliance you don't see often. And maybe it's just too unstable and stuff like this happens. But I think Jason did make a mistake here in pulling back when he really did have Jordan in a position that he could have caused a lot of trouble, at a minimum taken Iberia and prevented the rest of this from happening.
All he's going to get for it is the loss of Trieste and eventually Marseille.
There goes
So.
Trieste.
And Jordan is at 10. Is Jordan's not really looking at more than 17 on this board, I guess.
No, I don't think so.
But could be looking at 17.
See if he gets there. Finally goes to Marseille.
Yep. Everybody's pulling up to try to charge the line. Jordan finally sends something south. We can keep advancing. I think there's not probably a lot of, it's just tactics of Jordan taking what he wants. He's at 12, build some more units. The East is probably, the East now has finally decided to do something, so they do. They're all fighting against him, but I think it's a little bit too little too late for anything other than a large Jordan Connors top.
Yep, I agree.
13. Spring 1910. Can he take anything else?
Nah.
No.
Nah, but he can hold it. And so a nice 13 centers top, well played by Jordan. I think he caught a really good break, or his diplomacy, mind control was just too much for the rest of this board, I guess.
2 builds for Austria on the final turn.
Woo!
Thank you. Yeah, I missed that.
I'm officially announcing a Lazarus Award for Jonathan Sun.
Disbanded
in 1901. Woohoo!
As
Funny,
Austria,
never give
right?
up.
Austria, when you're Austria and you disband in 1901, you don't survive that
No.
game. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't live, right?
Much less get second place. He got second place.
Yep. Great
Beautiful.
finish.
That's good
Great
stuff.
finish, Jonathan. All right. So that is round 3, board 2, or board B. And that was the only, just 2. This must have been the overnight America time zone with players. With that, we've got Jordan Connors with 2 360-point games, well on his way to a top board at that pace if he plays anything, if he plays a third, which he probably will. Bradley not too far behind, 625. Noam, Cody, Micah, the best other 2 board players. Ian and Katie have only played 1, so Jason Bennett as well, just playing 1. A little further down, we've got some names we know. Christian Brown, Alex, we don't know, but has played 2 good games. Jamal and McCallis, those are names we know. Jonathan cracks the top 20. And Endergoff, never heard of him.
Who's that?
Only kidding. All right, so now we go into round 4. We're making great progress and great timing, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to go to round 4, board B. That gets us to, there's Jamal. We saw Jamal. We got Stephen Hogue here.
That's the reigning whipping champion right there, who will be at World DipCon to defend his championship.
Yeah, I love it. Let's see my Amazon or my the device is making announcements here in the room. We'll try and block those out. Must be bedtime for the kids. We're getting close to it. One bar of soap. I like that name. So pretty good. Hopefully not in the lifetime, just at when you're in there. Isaac Jukes, Ben Kelman, Ket. Anyone know Ket?
Online player.
All right. Welcome, Ket and Noam Brown. We have heard of him. So let us go. Johnny, you read this one. Adam, give some commentary.
Can do. All right. So we've got another Jamal opens into the channel again, and one bar of soap opens breast to Picardy. This is pretty wacky. I've seen this a couple of times. I've actually seen Jamal propose this before to England and ask England to accept that this happened. Let's see how it goes. And standard stuff in the East, nothing really much to say. And this is the answer. This is how it goes. England gets Brest, France gets Belgium with a fleet, and Italy gets Munich. That's a way to do the East, or the West rather. I mean, it's fun, it's different. I know who it's good for, which is Jamal, and I know who it's bad for, which is everyone else, which is, shocking. And yeah, nothing really interesting happens in the East here. Everybody picks up their neutrals. Steve Hogue must be pretty regretting his what he did to be placed in this this circus going on here. We see relatively expected builds, and it looks like ENF are kind of on the same page here, right? England moves north into Norwegian and North Sea. Brest is just holding because why wouldn't you hold in your ally center? And Steve Hogue pulls back to try to get Munich back, which makes total sense. And one bar of soap says, great, I'll walk in right behind you. And in the south, Ket is attacking Noam, and it looks like an air is kind of forming in response. And maybe this is a stab on Ben by Isaac here for Greece, or maybe this is a range between the air. I'm not sure.
It smells arranged to me. Yeah, it's hard to envision the reason you would do that this way, right? If you're not working together, and it's just giving the Bulgaria build to Italy.
Yeah. Okay. I guess you can do that. And Italy keeps Munich while Russia takes Berlin. So the air's looking pretty good. Couple of builds for Russia, build for Italy. There's also 2 builds for France here, which is really nice when you don't have one of your home centers. So that's great.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, actually, this has evolved into something resembling a normal EF position, kind of. It's really not that bad.
Totally normal for England to be in the middle Atlantic in an EF.
Well, definitely England's supposed to go to the Western Med here, right? And go push for Tunis. It's like when you do that crazy.
It's what you're supposed to do, or you can convoy the French army from Portugal.
Yeah, boy. If I was France, I wouldn't have been okay with this from the beginning. But if I was ever okay with it, this is the turn where I'm not okay with it anymore. You better be in the Western Med. Come on.
Yeah, but he accepted he accepted the convoy though, so he clearly
he knew about it. Yeah, he knew about it. I mean, good for Soap. I don't know. Maybe Soap's playing next level diplomacy. Who's to say? Ket is getting taken apart though, as sometimes happens to newer players. Unfortunately, I wish the hobby wouldn't do that so much, but I suppose there are reasons for it.
Sorry, I'll wait for the next one.
And now Jamal's in Spain, because why have one of my ally centers when I can have 2? That seems totally normal. This might actually be a stab. Although if it is, you'd think maybe, well, it could be a stab. I don't know, maybe. And we say goodbye to Ket. Thank you for playing. And now comes the crucial phase in any AIR where we ask, do we stay in AIR or do we become something else?
I think doesn't Noam have to be really worried right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm really worried if I'm Russia in this position, right? I mean,
yeah.
That's
no need to be.
But apparently I shouldn't be.
No, it's Isaac who should be worried. So here's another Austrian attack on Italy. and it's a spring stab, but it looks like it's going to be a spring stab for 3.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
So that's
pretty
pretty good.
Yeah,
I
he
like
can hold.
that.
He can hold Venice. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
And Noam really is kind of stuck where he is. So I think that's a nice play by Ben, actually. Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, you kind of still have the upper hand over Gnome in the middle, so you can be pretty secure that, you're going to be the one leading the alliance. Gnome's useful in the north. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. And they keep going. I think Bulgaria's arranged to give Noam one of the builds from this. I think that's totally fine. Make him a part of the team. I don't have any problem with that. And yeah, that's a great step from Ben Kelman. I love it.
I don't like the Black Sea if I'm Ben Kelman. I know that the fleet power in the south is not good, but I don't really want the Russian fleet to be meddling down there once our units are starting to get entangled.
I agree, but you've put yourself in the RT position now where you have this fleet sev sitting there that's kind of it can be used to stab you at some time in the future, right? Except that as Ben, you can't build fleets or you can't build units in Turkey, so it's even worse. So I think the fleet has to be addressed, and maybe you push it out towards the Ionian, you like push it out toward the front or something here.
Or you put Khan back into the Black Sea and you don't worry about the fleets. You realize it's going to be a little bit slower going to get
Yeah.
any more Italian centers, but you just leave it alone. That's an option too, right?
Yep, you could do that too. You could totally do that too. Yep.
Onward. Ben
Boy.
builds 2, Gnome builds 1.
Look at that AR. You're just cleaning up, turning the whole board red and pink.
Well, but Gnome's building the right thing, right? You love
Yep.
this if you're Ben. You love what you're
Yep.
seeing here.
And I think if you're Gnome, you have to, because otherwise you're at war with Ben and you lose.
Oh,
So,
Oh yeah.
sir, yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Right. Onward.
And Ben's making progress in Italy. Gnome's making progress in Norway. So it's looking good for them. Jamal has been kind of back and forth with the fleets, holding stuff. Loses Norway here, gains Denmark. So it's looking okay for Jamal still. But I think momentum is really not in his favor here. France is still a mess. So I think AR are really in control of what's going to happen here.
All right. Fall 1905.
Okay, so this is some tension. Khan is back into black, and Serbia takes Bulgaria. So I don't know what the plan here was. I can't imagine that it was this. I'm not sure if this is a stab, but it seems like a loss of momentum and maybe trust.
I think
between
it.
the AR.
They were supposed to. Were they supposed to swap? I wonder why Khan is like Khan going back to black seems like they're not swapping a dot, but Serbia to bull looks like they are swapping the dot. Right?
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure.
Maybe it was just miscommunication or so. I mean, it doesn't feel like a stab to me. It feels more like miscommunication. Though
Yeah.
maybe Ben is going to put Budapest down and he's thinking I'm going to go for some of this. But it's just weird with Ankara and Khan sitting there. I don't know.
I agree.
The other thing that I find puzzling, and you can tell me what you think about this, I guess from the West's perspective, why is Spain sitting there and not in Western Med if they're doing something, or just taking Portugal and just saying the heck
Right.
with this, I'm going to take some dots and make them mine, and why is Leon cutting Tyrrhenian Sea?
Oh, I didn't notice that.
I mean, that's why Rome fell, right?
Yeah, that's inexplicable, especially in a situation where Munich is moving into Ruhr, Silesia is moving into Munich. Like, you are actively already fighting Russia for these centers in the middle. You do not, okay, here's an answer. Maybe you want to power up Austria to put some builds down to go attack Russia, and then you can take the stuff in the south, right? You can free up the northern fight. You can take the German stuff, and then you can put some units down and counter Austria.
Yep, that makes sense. And I think that's what Jamal is saying in the comments here.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And Fleet Trieste is a good build.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Always a good build.
And we're back into Khan. So we're still dealing with this Russian fleet, but I think now we're maybe from a safer place. And we're into Ionian, we're into Munich. So it's 1906, it's the spring. Ben's got 11 centers. He's got 3 fleets. Noam's got 9 centers. He's all up in the north. And the west is a mess. So what do you think, Adam? 18 for somebody?
It's not out of the question. I mean, I like this Austrian position a lot. I think it's a lot harder for Noam, but not impossible. I just think that Ben's position is too strong for Noam to manage that. The question is, can Ben get those fleets advanced before something happens where Jamal's able to drop some units down to protect Iberia, right? But if Ben can get those fleets advanced, I think he's got a really strong middle position. He can really hopefully try to force Noam to keep building fleets in the north, and it's not out of the question.
I think so too.
Oh, they pop it. They pop it. That's great for this is absolutely phenomenal for Ben.
Although 2 builds for Russia. If I'm Russia here, I probably build Army Sev, Army Warsaw. It's not a stab. I just need some security, right?
I think it's Fleet St. Pete, Army Warsaw, but maybe. Maybe.
Either way, you've got the Italian fleets moving west. So that's a Janissary, I think. So that's going to help push into Iberia. You've also got a breakdown between E and F, right? North takes Holland and Portugal and Belgium. So that's a stab, but France sees it coming and takes Spain back. So it continues to just be Messi does not begin to cover the relationship between England and France in this game.
I'm going to take that back. I am thinking about putting an army in Moscow and Warsaw if I'm Noam. I'm certainly. I might not put it in Sev, but I'm probably thinking about Sev. Yeah. Oh, he put the army in St. Pete. Yeah.
Do you like that though?
No, I would have put it in Moscow or Sev probably. I think re-looking at the position, putting another fleet up north. Yeah, it's a nice to have, but you really can't leave yourself that vulnerable. And I think if you're going to put it in St. Pete, why not just put it in Moscow?
Right. Or if you're going to build St. Pete, why not just build a fleet? What does an army St. Pete do for you?
Well, it lets you drop it back down later, I guess.
Sure. So we've got Austrian fleets flowing west. So that's a lot of fun when that gets to happen, when you get to put an Austrian fleet in Lyon and Tyrrhenian and Ionian and these things. And the position progresses, right? I'm dropping into Baltic, dropping into North Norway, and Rum moves up to Ukraine. So Noam either really trusts Ben or just understands that he's under Ben's heel, and if Ben's going to take him for all he's worth, then there's not much he can do about it. So,
So if I'm Ben right here, I am doing everything I can to try to get the right cuts so I can take Marseille here and now.
Yep.
And if I can do that, I'm dropping in to Naples, Tunis, and Rum immediately and pushing up into the middle of Russia, because Marseille is 18.
Yep.
If I get the rest of those plus Warsaw and Moscow and Sev, I'm there.
Yep. If you're Ben, do you move Smyrna to Khan?
Rather than holding or going to armor, you're not going to go to arm, obviously, but rather than holding,
you just sit there.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Right?
It's a good question.
What are you going to do about it, Noam?
I think you can do it because you're just going to follow up. If you end up going up to Romania, you're going to follow it. But yeah, you want to be in Armenia to be able to block Russia from going back around.
That's what I think too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait. Does he? So he gets Marseille.
There's Marseille.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the alliance forward kind of move. I'm not sure this is what you want to do if you're going for 18, because once you have Marseille, if you can probably hold it from this back position, because Italy's going to disband the fleets. You're going to have the fleets in Naples, Tunis to cover Western Med, push out to push out to North Africa. So Marseille is going to be safe. You got Piedmont and Lyon behind it to hold it.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's really just a matter of taking the Russian centers you need for 18. Right. Yeah. So I think you don't take it with the army. You take it with Piedmont, and you drop down into those Italian units, and you put 3 down. And I don't know. I think there's a real solo shot here.
Yeah, I think so too.
If you're Noam, do you cut Burgundy? If you think it's the chance for Ben to get a solo?
I'm really nervous about it if I'm Noam in this position, but maybe I'm also thinking that I have to. Maybe I don't know.
Right.
Puts down the fleet.
No stab here. Noam's doing the smart thing and moving back into Moscow. So Noam
Yeah.
understands what's happening, and Noam's not doing any more cutting of Burgundy. He's just holding everything. So this is pretty sensible.
Yeah.
I think people are now becoming cognizant of the 18, and they're kind of starting to line stuff up. So that makes sense. Ben's still working with Italy, but also taking Tunis. So that's interesting.
Well,
And
he's taking Tunis so that Italy doesn't rebuild in Naples because he put Italy in Spain.
yeah, sure. I might have done it in the fall just to make sure that Italy didn't,
Yeah.
wasn't upset about it, but seems to have been fine. And we're moving some units back here now for Ben, right? Bulgaria, Venice to Trieste, Caen to Ankh to go to Arm. If this is a setup for a stab, it's too slow, too late to make it by 1910. But that may be what Ben's doing here, right?
Yeah.
Tuscany to Rome's to take Naples, so he's gonna get it. I mean, he's gonna get a lot.
He's got to be bold. He's got to play bolder here, though. If he wants to go for 18, he's got to play bolder. He's got to take Naples right here, right? I mean, he just doesn't have the time.
Yeah, I agree.
Conda Ink at least could be defended. Hey, you're in Moscow. If you drop to Sev, then I can't get to Arm. So I gotta.
Right.
Oh
I
yeah,
gotta-
yeah. I agree. But yeah.
And no one else is growing. Everything else is straight line on that board. So
Yep. There it is. Romania, Armenia, doesn't get Gao. Naples. So this is probably all that Ben can get, right? He's got
Still a nice. It's still a good monster result for him, though.
it's a huge result. It's a huge result, and he's got another year, so you never know. He might pull something out.
And
It's a great result for Ben.
and this conga line here is not great because he can't build. He can't even build now.
no.
Right.
Okay, and they call,
Yeah,
which
makes
makes sense. Yeah,
Makes sense.
15
15 centers, though.
15 centers. I think that's the biggest score of the tournament so far.
It's a beautiful game by Ben. I would have liked to see a little more aggression to see him go for it, but it's hard to critique anything he did here, other than maybe passing up an opportunity that was there. But really, really beautiful play.
Totally. Yeah.
Ready. That was round 4, board B. Let's see what's next on my checklist. Got round 4, board C, which is Sucre. Sucre gets us Jaden in Austria, Jackson Roberts in England, John Bin in France, Luke Hoban in Germany, Brandon Austin back for another one in Italy, Kalis Kamridis in Russia, and Keith Worstall making his first appearance, not maybe of the tournament, but in our eyes here on the broadcast. So welcome, Keith. And Adam, back to you on this one.
Sure.
Roll.
Okay, we have maybe miscommunication amongst the RT, or maybe this is just the play to put that fleet in Armenia. I guess it's a good place for the Russian fleet. Bounce in Galicia. West, I think we saw this French opening previously. I think Jordan may have made this, going to Burgundy and Picardy, and out to Mao. Nothing in the English Channel. Yeah.
I think they were planning to do an Armenian fist bump, and Keith is stabbing by stranding the
Yeah,
front.
I think that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Miscommunication more in quotes than in reality.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, to the ball.
Okay, and so the consequences of this is Keith is going to get a second center, which is Romania. Austria does their normal thing and bounces Gal again. The Italians convoy to Tunis. France takes their 2 in Portugal and Belgium. Very aggressive play by Jackson, convoying into Holland to stand off the Germans. They can do that because the Germans need to cover Munich. And nothing funny in Sweden and Norway. So, early looks possibly like an EF, but of course these things can change very rapidly. Okay, Two fleets for Turkey, which is really interesting in light of the little bit of deception in 1901. We will see whether Michalis is on board with this or not.
Could also
So
be an AT build, right?
it could be, though. Wouldn't you want to put an army in Khan here? So because so that you can force the Black Sea from Romania and then pull the fleet out. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
possible. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
But no.
Or it could be an AR build, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And indeed, Michalis was not happy with that, and so made a good pitch to Jaden, and Jaden went for that pitch, and now Jaden is in Romania and Bulgaria. Keith's position is looking a lot less good. I'm puzzled by Keith's decision after all of that to just support Khan out into Aegean rather than trying to force the Black Sea, if that's if that's where you're going. But okay. Up in the north, the English are again going super aggressive against the Russians. They dropped to Skag. Maybe they were thinking that Russia wasn't going to go to Norway and they could fill it in from Norwegian, but now they're going to have to probably make a decision as to whether they want to kick the Russians out or focus everything on the Germans. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Apparently Holland is the new place that English armies go to die. So it's the new Belgium. So that's what we get there. So it looks like, I can't tell what the French are supporting, but are they supporting the Germans or the English or neither?
I don't know what those supports are.
Okay.
That's a bunch of supports from Burgundy into Ruhr, but then
it looks
Burgundy
like
didn't move to Ruhr.
Yeah, it looks like maybe there was a misorder with Burgundy that it was supposed to go to Ruhr. I'm just trying to figure out did the French stab the Germans, or did this just naturally happen because the Germans had the overwhelming force on Holland? Because it looks like they could have, if Belgium had just supported Holland, they could have held it. Anyway, the English do ultimately decide kicking the Russians out of Norway is more important than taking Denmark or doing something else. So that's what they do here. Elsewhere, what is going on over there? The Austrians hold Bulgaria and Romania, and they hold out, so they're going to be +2. So and though it doesn't look like things are super friendly with either Turkey or Russia right now.
Right.
All right, yeah, and indeed, like Russia and Turkey are now working together against the Austrians. Italy, who knows, might be working against the Austrians the way they just moved up to Tyrolia, and self-bounced Tunis, so who knows there. But the English are making some progress against the Germans here, right? They're in Denmark. The Russians supported them there, so I guess they're sort of have reset a little bit here. What do you make about the ER all of a sudden to have emerged? Does that make sense to you?
It can, yeah. I mean, I think England definitely needs some kind of a friend here, right? And now England has successfully popped every fleet other than the Swedish one this side of Spain. So this makes total sense for England. They're getting a build. Why not? For Michalis, I think Michalis, I mean, the alternative is to take Norway, but these guys have no fleets to help out, right? I mean, what are F&G going to provide for you at this point? So, yeah, I don't see why not. You can go down to Baltic. It's risky, but it could be good.
If you're Jackson, do you trust that Michalis isn't going to just walk into Norway here?
I'd have to talk to him first. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know what Austria did to everybody, but everybody wants a piece now, and they don't disband, but I think they had a unit piffed. So onward and onward. Michalis makes the non-threatening build of Army Moscow. Okay. Yeah. And Italy and France are now about to get engaged, which is good news for Jackson, who is just going to do his own thing and kill the Germans with a little bit of French help. So that's good. Yeah.
EF is back on. It's like it never went away.
Yep. Yep. EF pushing on the other side. RT pushing on Austria. Italy also getting their piece of that.
Pretty much.
Looks good for McCallus, I think.
And for Jackson.
It looks very good for Jackson. The English position is very good. Yeah. And I think the Russian position's not too bad either. Keith's yet to get out of the box, yet seems to be helping, predominantly helping McCallus right now. Not that he has a choice.
Right, exactly.
And now he's getting some help back out into Bulgaria. And I think Italy's probably coming to the realization that they're going to be the odd person out of this smackdown of Austria. Jackson continues to advance, and now McCallus has some problems in the north because he's gotten the Germans to throw everything that way, which
That's
is
good.
Just beautiful negotiation on Jackson's part. That's going to pay big bucks. And let's also not forget that France is also going to be in a pretty decent position here, especially if Italy starts getting trouble from the other direction.
That's true.
Okay, so France has now taken Munich and has passed an army through into Bohemia. That's exciting. England now takes both St. Petersburg and Sweden, so not great for McCallus. On the other hand, McCallus is doing just fine in the south. They take Vienna and Budapest. Keith is now off to the races, getting a build and getting that fleet out to the AG. And so this could be interesting, I think. See an RT versus EF. I mean, it's a very traditional 2-on-2 type of thing. If those two alliance structures last, I think certainly McCallus is not going to be in position to break that alliance structure, but Keith might, or Jackson might as well. I mean, Keith can just kind of sit back and take stuff later in the game because that's the Turkish thing you do in this position.
Right.
Oh wow!
Jackson.
All right. Oh, Jackson. All right, I see.
Oh man.
Wishful thinking.
But still, Fleet Brest and Fleet London tells a little bit of a story, doesn't it?
It's really interesting, right? Because you might expect, well, Brest makes more sense than Marseille here for France, but London certainly you would have hoped that you'd see the army and the fleet switched. At least I'm sure
Exactly.
John would have liked to see that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jackson's fairly fleet heavy right now. I would imagine he may not build too many more unless he needs them to just specifically drop them on France because he probably has what he needs up north. It's interesting. The drop to Skag is kind of interesting. He could have actually, just gone from Norway to north. And does he need to be in Skag here? I don't know.
Convoy to Sweden or something.
Yeah. No, goes back to Norway.
Yeah.
Bounce the English Channel.
All right, they're going to draw this game, right? There's nothing happening on this board.
If they're not, unless they want to kill the last German centers, there's not a lot much else to do. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. All right, congrats, Jackson.
Yeah, so 310, which was we didn't show the first round game, which was 275. So two good scores so far for Jackson. This was round 4, so this was the top of the tournament. We got 3 rounds to go, so more than midway through. Let's go back to here. We're going to go to this map and go to current, and this is how this one ended. So another tie with Tim Crosby and Super Wordy, 255 each. So the end of round 4, we've got Bradley Grace equaling up on the number of boards with Noam Brown and picking up some points. Ben Kelman's monster result gets him into the top 7 for now. Jordan Connors has 2 results and has him at the same spot. So The inside track, as they say, Jackson Roberts had a poor result in round 1, so has played 3, but still there. Cody, Super Wordy, Jason Bennett, just 2 boards each, so free points to accumulate. Tim and Jamal round out the top 10. So let us get to round 5. And in round 5 was the fun one. We are going to, perfect timing too. We are going to do all 4 boards in round 5. So let us get to, actually there were 4 boards here. Hang on. Let's go to the map, go to current. Now here's the top 10. Let's see what else changed. Anything? The map on here was a couple 255s. Yeah, look at 2 weasels shared top. At least it wasn't a Fogel, but
disgusting.
Yep. So killed one with a 3rd place in that one. So that shouldn't change because I didn't see Christian. Oh, that does pull Christian Brown up there. All right, so Christian Brown enters the top 10 with that result. He's at 535 with 3 boards played, and that must have knocked out Micah and Tim into 11th, 12th. Jamal got knocked down to 13th. Katie Gray with just 1 board played at 370. All right, round 5, board A will bring a new character to our stage. Hello, Andrew Zick.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Hello. Better
We
now.
are 4 rounds in, 3 rounds to go. So you are picking us up at the perfect time because I know a couple of these guys need a quick break. So, Adam, you just did the read on that last one, right?
Yep.
All right, let's kick you to the sideline for a few minutes. Pixie, we have been doing straight reads. One person will do the read of the entire map. And the second person will do the commentary. So let's have Johnny do the readouts, get you filled in, and you don't need to jump in every time. Just pop in when Johnny's got some questions or you see something that you just absolutely love. All right. Round 5, board A, O'Connor has Katie Gray, who we just saw with only 1 board. Katie getting for board 2 here in Austria. Captain Gaming in England. Darcy Morris in France. Bleachy. Bleachy, we had Bar of Soap in one, and now we got Bleachy in another. So in Germany here, Jonathan Frank, who I think we just lost in the chat. So Jonathan, we'll miss you, but hopefully you'll catch us on the replay. Russia John Bin. John had a good board last time. And Noam Brown, who's sitting near the top in Turkey. So Johnny, take it away.
All right. Looking for things of interest here. We have Bleachy holding in Munich functionally. They don't love that. I'd rather be in Ruhr, but it's not the worst thing in the world to hold in Munich either. Noam Brown does the correct Turkish opening, and this is some standard stuff we're seeing. Not much to note.
Nope. All right, to the fall.
And Jonathan Frank misorders the convoy to Tunis, so this is pretty catastrophic. There's going to be no builds for Italy here, and this coming at a time where France is pulled a fleet into Spain's south coast. So I'm not liking this for Italy. Meanwhile, RT are doing this thing where Ank goes out to Khan and Sev goes into Rum, which looks like it makes sense, but it doesn't actually make sense. I don't know why RTs do this. So if I'm Noam, I'm not so happy here, especially because you got bounced out of Sweden. Or sorry, John got bounced out of Sweden. So I'm not happy as either of them. But I am happy as Captain Gaming, who convoys into Belgium and takes Norway and got Germany going the other way. Great.
There we go.
These are pretty expected builds, I think. 2 armies
No
actually
fleet on
for
Germany?
Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate that. Do you hate that?
It doesn't feel good if you just made Russia mad and then you said, I mean, I'm going to try guessing you because what you're going to roll, like you're going to send an army to reinforce Denmark? But,
Yeah, I agree. Maybe they're just going to throw everything towards Warsaw. Yep, there you go. So they go ahead and throw everything towards Warsaw. which is, I mean, you put England into Sweden. So again, I'm feeling better about this as England than anyone else. Russia's going north to defend against England, which kind of makes sense, but they're going to get kind of cracked out of the south, losing Romania, losing Galicia. And I think Russia kind of knows that and is okay with it. Meanwhile, Noam's moving down. So this looks like something of a rat in the south, right? Maybe, or even like an eastern quadruple. I don't think anyone's really anyone's enemy here. Oddly.
I'm seeing quads. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Eastern quadruple. The worst alliance on the board of diplomacy. The one alliance that guarantees you will never get any centers ever, even if you try really hard. So that's good. Good job, guys. That's perfect. But you know who does get centers is Captain Gaming. Takes Sweden, takes Denmark, takes Holland, loses Belgium, but that's fine. So I'm liking England. I don't know about you.
Really solid coordination with France there. I think this is just like a pleasant EF. I wish them the best. Yeah.
Yeah, seems like it. And the EF keeps rolling. Germany keeps holding. You do now have this problem where Russia can get into Baltic because Germany had the fleets in the wrong place. I guess Sweden probably should have gone to Baltic here, actually, but it's not really a huge problem. As long as Germany's on your side, you're not going to lose anything to the Eastern Quad ever. They're just going to bash their head against a wall until one of them gets upset at not doing anything in this game and stabs, and then you get to pick up some centers. Or they don't, and then if you're England, you just top. So either way, it's fine. And now they take Baltic. Berlin is lost. Did that have to happen?
Mm,
Yeah,
but
because
field
of
cut, yeah.
Baltic. Because of Baltic. Yeah, okay. So Baltic was pretty important there. Berlin is lost, but they don't let Austria have the build. They give it to Turkey, which I would be pretty peeved off about if I was Katie on the front line here and just like giving stuff to Noam in the back for doing nothing. It's just me. Noam builds a fleet. And Fleet Brest from France, that's definitely not aggressive. That's just going to go to Mao and go to the south, I think. And we keep going, you know, same stuff. Not a lot to report here, unless you see anything interesting.
Stab Italy this fall, Johnny? What do you think?
From Russia or Austria?
Yep.
I mean, if I'm Austria, I wouldn't have done anything that this board has done since like 1901. So it's hard for me to put myself in this Austria's shoes. But
Okay.
I think I do because I think Turkey's coming, right? Like, what is Turkey going to do in this game except for walk up into Bulgaria and Serbia and like Adriatic and stuff? Turkey doesn't.
You can. I think you can pitch them on AT here a bit because if Turkey just gets too greedy and starts taking things, EF runs the board, full collapse.
Mhm.
But I think if you can sort of like spin it, like what are you really gonna hold out of Russia's centers anyway? Like you'll get to Warsaw and Moscow eventually.
Right.
And they've already got too much in the north to like. There's too many English fleets. Is what I'm trying to say. There we go.
Yeah, I think I agree. You take Venice, let Turkey take Tunis, and then you guys move toward Russia together. Yeah, totally. And they do. That's exactly what they do. We're very good. Except they also get Rome, even better, because
Wait, what?
Jonathan Frank was somehow deeply swindled. I don't know how that happened.
Blocking the convoy. Tried to block the convoy.
Yeah. So the interesting question is going to be, what's Noam going to do now, right? Like Noam can go to Rum from Bull and Bull from Greece, but Noam can also just attack Serbia. So Turkey's got options. Austria's got builds. So, and nothing happened in the north, just EF. And there's Rum, but Katie doesn't go for it. So that's interesting.
I think it's fine. It's heading to Galicia. It's better position when you stab later.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Do them one at a time.
Oop, no.
Nope.
Oops. Forgot to
Yeah,
mute
I
that
don't
one.
think Noam was supposed to hold and rum. I don't know what he was supposed to do, but I don't think this is what he was supposed to do. And I wonder, because the problem if you're Katie is like, what are you gonna do? Right? Katie doesn't have any more builds she can get on this board. If Noam just wants to sit there and like slowly eat hers and Russia's centers, I don't. What's she gonna do about it? Abandon the center and lose Berlin? You know?
Let's
I mean,
see.
is that where you think she's in one ear of Gnome being like, just sit and rum. What's he gonna do about it? And then in John's ear being like, if this dude holds on and rum, we got to turn around.
Could be. Could be. Could be. Well, that's good negotiation on Austria's part anyway. But I don't think mini centers are going to change hands on this board unless we start seeing some different stuff out of A&T. And okay, Turkey takes Sev. So I think Noam is doing a pretty good job here, very slowly growing without ever actually stabbing, I think. Okay, Katie is in Serbia here, but like Katie hasn't abandoned the line. And it's fine if Katie's in Serbia because you get the builds and you can just keep pushing armies down, I think. Although
mean-
actually the Russian disband is a problem for the line, isn't it?
But it might draw here. That might be the pitch, right?
They might.
888,
888. Yeah, they might draw here.
7.
They might.
Right?
Yeah. No. Katie gets Munich. That's cool. And it's quasi war in the East. It's like the phony war before the Second World War. It's something like a war, but it's not quite a war. And England takes Berlin, so England probably tops with that unless we get real war between A and T.
Yeah, here we go. So we got
All
some insider comments here. Oops, lost. There we go. Keep going as we play this. Oops. Keep going as we play this. There we go.
Yeah, there's all kinds of context in the chat that I haven't been reading because it's too much reading, and
I got you. England was refusing to draw, and that caused Russia to make the Livonia move. Then Turkey walked into 7, refused to draw in turn. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. There was something in there about how they got Rome to walk out too that I wanted to read, but I was too slow. And now Katie loses Munich.
Katie said, "I'm not sure." That's look. You gotta protect the intellectual property. I understand.
Right. Of course. Munich is lost, and
That was
down
it.
1 for Austria.
Yep.
So
That's where
there it is.
Yep.
So that is a board top for Captain Gaming. Congratulations, Captain Gaming. His first competitive board top that I am aware of, at least in recent years, or sorry, recent months. So good job, Captain Gaming.
Yeah, that's well done. I think this is like a pretty solid example of stab Germany in the Western Triple, and your board will turn into something interesting. It's like easy pitch.
Yeah. I think Noam probably could have had a couple more, but maybe he had his reasons for not pushing for him. He thought England would get so much bigger than him that it wouldn't make a difference, and that might actually be true.
Because you can't hold Italy, right? Like that's the problem.
Right, exactly.
Anytime you start eating, it's just there's centers you're never gonna get.
All right, congrats, CG.
Yep. All right. So round 5, board A. We will go to round 5, board B. Adam, we'll keep Adam off for one more. So you get 10 to 15 more minutes. We'll reverse roles here. Andrew can take the lead. Johnny can take the commentary, and then Johnny will give you a break after this one. This one gets us to Castilla. Austria is Milo Small. I do not know Milo, so hello, Milo. England, Patrick Jacobson, seen it a couple times today. France, Jamal Bacarli, we've seen him a couple times. Jonathan Sun, back in the middle of the board. Germany this time. Let's see how he can manage to escape trouble like he did last time. Italy, Nisha Telia. Sorry, don't know.
Nisha Telia, yeah, she plays on Diplostrats.
Ah, excellent. Welcome. Russia, Brandon Austin, and Turkey, Kalis Kamaridis. To the map. Go for it, Andrew.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just thinking about this from a dynamics point. The names that I recognize are on opposite sides of the board, which I find immediately interesting. As far as the moves go, we're back to a bounce in Burgundy. Nothing that surprising there. Holding in Venice, which I think is pretty common for face-to-face and thus virtual. England feeling comfortable opening all the way north, although not putting the army in Eddie. I don't know. Nothing too shocking here.
Marseille and Munich bouncing.
Okay, well that's a little more fun. The Holland bounce explicitly, because obviously my eyes are going directly into the middle of the screen. And letting into Sweden shows that at least Germany had a good idea that something like this might have been coming, so I like that. Parking the fleet from Jamal, that looks nice. Greece.
And
Okay.
Trieste.
Oof.
And Trieste.
I
Wow.
like it. IT.
But following into Ankara, that's a little interesting to me. I guess you're trying to build trust. You can't commit to Armenia that early. What do you think, Johnny?
Yeah, that almost reads like a misorder to me. I cannot imagine why you would not move to Armenia unless your plan was to move to Khan, build a fleet in Khan, and then move them out to Aegean and stab Italy. But Michalis is like the biggest IT fanboy on earth, so I would be shocked if that was Michaelis's plan. But
Dozens of us.
I don't know. Yeah.
Dozens of us.
Well, Army Khan, there's a good sign for IT.
Huh.
Fleet North Coast, fun.
Is
Plus
that,
3.
hold on. Did Jamal miss builds?
No, he's from Australia. They
Have
waive
you,
everything.
have you seen Jamal play before? This is not surprising.
Okay. As you were. I'm gonna steal this tactic. I thought that going all armies was cool and creative. I don't quite get what Germany is thinking about here. I understand not fighting for Holland because you can't. I don't understand leaving Munich entirely unless you have Jamal bound with like the curse of a genie to make no builds the whole game. I'm curious to see how this sorts out. Germany, to Germany's respect, they've got an ally in Russia, so that's nice. Like there's at least some other competition against England in the north. So it's not like they're just going to evaporate, but I just don't know exactly what the idea is. In the south, this looks like good IT play. Yeah, happy with it. Yep. That's good defense from Russia. Nothing surprising. Okay. So what is this trickery from Germany in the? What is that? What is?
See,
so what's the idea here?
You're missing a crucial piece of context. We watched Jonathan Sun get he had to disband playing Austria in 1901, and he clawed back to a second place with 7 centers, and that was so critical for him that he now cannot play anywhere but Austria. He only knows the desire to be back in the home country. I think it's the only explanation.
This is so okay. So the children yearn for the mines. All right,
Yeah,
got it. That makes a lot of sense coming from an industrial hub like Germany. And people have always been saying that Germany and Austria should do more direct collaborating. It just seems a little too direct for let's say normal taste. This might be an acquired taste. I'm curious to see where it goes. I can't help but think this only goes well for France and Turkey. Those are That's my
So,
professional opinion.
No new builds for Jamal, but does put down 2 of his 3 waves.
Yeah, it's
Fleet-
almost an advantage. It's almost an unfair advantage not having builds, because then you don't have to worry about Belgium and anyway.
Fleet Berlin is also interesting after taking
Yeah.
Vienna.
Okay.
And another Fleet North Coast for Brandon. Gotta love it.
Yeah, pressure, walk into Munich. But defend guesses Helgoland bites. Yeah, you're right about another fleet. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't give that the time it deserved, which is like 5 more seconds of just staring and wondering.
Well, but
Because the investment is
he
not
got to Venice, so it's going great.
Let's see the fall. What's going on? Okay, all right. Here, ooh, it's cleared out. It cleared out. Oh my goodness. This is like when you open the shade after you slept in, and it's like you can see everything so clearly now. Wow, McCallus is getting stabbed. Austria mostly died but didn't evaporate. Italy suddenly in a great position. So it's the wintergreen now. But you built 3 fleets in the north, so like now this is just Italy's game, and peace with Jamal is actually huge, which I think is a great decision from both of them. I think this is France and Italy kind of like accurately reading. This is I was taught this by Katie Gray. Like, why can't we just leave each other alone? France Italy alliance, and you just race to the board top, and often one of you tops the board.
Yep, totally.
So +3 is now +2 with the 1 that was left from the original bank. So he has now used all of his builds. That's slacking, using them all that quickly. And fleet set. So has Brandon built anything? No, he did build 1 army, but he's got 5 fleets, which I love as Russia.
I mean, of all the fleets he's built, I may be okay with that one, but
Yeah.
I don't know. So France like clearly is running away with this game. And so I mean I did say it is like a race to the top, but if you can't get Russian collaboration there, Serbia, then I'm not sure you can race anymore.
Yeah, who is Russia's friend on this board?
This is like very, it's I can't think of what the phrase is, but it's like half one mind, half the other from Russia, where it's like I actually kind of like the second fleet in the south to complete like the taking out of Turkey, but not having the army support then means that you can't actually fight Italy here. You need Italy to get strong enough from taking out Turkey to go deal with France. Like you should correctly read that it's a free convoy.
Right.
Yeah.
To the fall.
Good night, Germany.
Yep.
No, Vienna. Sorry, still alive in Vienna, the home country.
Yeah, but then it took the ridge. Okay, so something's got to come off from Germany. Yeah. Just gonna walk into Tunis. So is this are we on solo watch yet? I think we have to put up the solo watch. Or at least like we took a draw because that's the nice polite thing that adults do. This is just it's wide open.
Yeah, solo's a walk, right? There could be a line in Scandinavia maybe, between what's left of England and Brandon, but they need to start. They need to get busy.
Brandon's still at 10.
Another fleet.
I've had 4 northern fleets in Russia before, but I had a better position.
Just gotta give him time. It's only 1904. So.
Right.
That's true. It wasn't 1904 for me. Certainly taking an approach to take out England. Of course, England appears to perhaps be letting France just run the show? Question mark?
Yep.
I don't
That's my read.
understand what, I mean, this could be like a, you got me so bad that I'm just not gonna bother, and it's easier for me to make the decision to fight the person that I'm fighting with than fight the unfightable fight. Which,
Yep.
yeah. In the South, that's a really big arrow. That's my professional opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like the IT is back on, or sorry, the wintergreen is back on, but with Turkish support. So that helps.
Okay, I will read a critical note from Stupid Flanders 48. That's no E for those following along at home. Note, all caps. Jamal is known for not taking solos when he could, if he doesn't feel it's the right thing to do for the other players. That informed my play a lot. No
That's
period at
England.
the end of the second sentence. Thank you for
That's
this
England.
crucial piece of information. Yeah, that helps read the board.
Of course, Jamal's an Ionian, so it might not even matter.
Well, yeah, that's like I mean, I guess we do have to point out, Russia has 10 centers.
Mhm.
And it's just like, France also has 10 centers, but France hasn't taken the centers that they have, like as an exercise, those score options, basically. And you could end up in a weird spot where you actually end up like tying, just because it's just sort of how the diplomacy sorts out.
Yeah. If people are throwing left and right, the Russian solo is not off completely.
Yeah.
Turkey and Italy get okay.
Great note, John.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
England builds. Germany's dead, which was sort of weird to watch. Almost shocked. Convoy to Syria. I guess we can sort of sit down and ask, what are your options here as Italy? It's, you've made the bed, and everyone might have feelings about how it got made, but this is kind of how you play it from here. Is if Jamal wanted to solo, that ship has sailed. In fact,
Right.
there's like a couple of them. So it's kind of like, I mean, maybe you can get an all right score out of it, especially if it ends up that maybe Russia gets an extra couple of units, and like you were talking about the solo threat,
Yeah. Well, there's 5 for France.
You're so fast with it. You're so good at counting.
Not 6, importantly. Only 5.
Well, it would say game over if it was game's over, right?
That's true.
Oh, no builds? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I mean, dare I say that this kind of worked out for Russia? Is that like the surprise takeaway here?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think Jamal thought he was doing England and Italy a favor, and I guess he was, but he did Russia a huge favor with this one.
Adam, in the background, were you salivating? You're on mute. Were you salivating watching that progress? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. I can't mute. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a remarkable show of strength and a beautiful game of Jamal playing as Jamal plays.
Yeah.
So what we've learned from this is, if you want to try and have a chance to solo, get 3 builds in 1901. Wave them all.
Wave them all. That is it's a strategy I have not personally tried, but may have to. I think if I tried that, I would not be treated as well as Jamal was treated. What do you think, Johnny? Would you treat me well if I did that and we were neighbors?
If I was England, I'll make you a deal, Adam. If I am playing England and you're playing France and you take 3 builds, I promise that if you wave all 3, I'll be great to you.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll remember that for next
Take
time.
that to the bank. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
I don't think it's the worst plan. Sometimes
we'll let you
people
ponder
see
that as
aces
you.
and then that's what scares them.
Sorry about that, Andrew. So we'll let Johnny ponder that as he takes a break for the next 2 games. Enjoy. Adam back. Adam will have you read the next one here. We've got round 5, board C. which has us with Sam O in Austria, One Bar of Soap in England, Jason Gray, who we've seen a couple times in France, Evan Belaris in Germany, Jackson Roberts coming back again in Italy, Christian Brown in Russia, and Caleb at a third place finish we saw in one of the games we did not cover. So welcome back. No, Jamal, they're absolutely not overrated. It is the point of the game. It says it. Victory condition, 18 centers. Not overrated. Anyway, to Adam.
Hey, Jackson's got to get smaller fingers and make sure that he can actually press on Tyrolia when he wants to move there. So we've got what might have been a bounce in Tyrolia, except that it looks like Germany's going there. So that's kind of fun because it looks like Jackson went to Munich. I can only assume he did that intentionally. I guess we'll go with that. France opens to the Channel. England opens north. Bounce in Galicia. Armenian fist bump done the right way for once. That's about all we got. And Evan moves right back to Munich. That's no fun. If you're in Tyrolia, Germany, you're supposed to do something fun with that unit. No, I'm just kidding. Makes perfect sense with the French army in Burgundy, which supports the fleet to Belgium, which is quite interesting. That's not how you normally see it done. We'll see what he goes with that. Army from Spain goes to Portugal. Bounce in Holland, so looks a lot like an EF. Down in the other part of the world, Russia makes a really interesting choice here in going to Romania in the Black Sea rather than supporting themselves to Romania. So be interesting to see how that plays out. Turkey supporting Albania to Greece, I see, because the Austrian wanted to support themselves to Trieste in case there was shenanigans with the Germans and the Italians collaborating. Okay, so that's interesting, and does that foreshadow an AR against T? Sorry, a TA against R. We'll find out. Most interesting move is the support of the fleet going to Belgium. Andrew, any thoughts on that?
I mean, that makes it look like it's setting up for FG, right? And then the south, it kind of looks like a rat. Those are my two feelings this moment.
But on FG, don't you normally put the army in Belgium here, so you're still in the channel?
But this way you can, I mean, they covered London, which sort of makes it moot.
Yeah. True.
But I would imagine like you would want to support yourself back out, and I don't know.
Well, he waves.
But because France doesn't need to build in 1902, as we've learned from several games so far. This is is Jason Australian? This seems to be a very, very common part of the Australian meta that I'm learning, and this is new to me, and it's very informative, I guess. But why would you need a second fleet as France if you're got one in Belgium already, right? Everything else. Oh, Turkey built an army. That's interesting. And Russia built two armies. All pretty interesting. Let's keep going. So indeed, the Turks and the Russians are fighting. The Austrians have decided to side with the Russians, though. So there goeth Bulgaria, Italy. Convoys back to Apulia. Just sits in Naples for right now. And it looks like once again we have Austria and Italy fighting early on. So that's not ideal for Jackson. France, I mean, you don't need to be in Belgium. You might as well put the fleet in Holland because that's something you can do. And that's indeed what Jason does here. So it looks like EF against G. It looks like AR against T. And we'll see against T and maybe I as well. Yeah, so Austria is not getting Venice. That's pretty apparent. Austria is also not keeping Bulgaria because what do you do in this situation if you're Russia? You say, hey, why don't you put me in Bulgaria, Turkey? That way Austria doesn't have it, and that's what happens here. So Russia is now in there and in position to really do some damage against the Austrian, also being down in Galicia. Up in the north, the English get an army into Denmark via convoy. So it is looking good for a 2-build France, actually a 3-build France because they waived one. I'm just assuming they're going to waive all 3 in 1902. That's just my prediction right now. But let's see what happens. Ah, okay, they built them. All right. What do you think about that, Andrew? Would you have preferred the wave?
I'm so shocked. No, well, I wave too much. It's like
Yeah.
truly, I've got a Ben Platt problem.
Yeah. No, I mean I think the
and
2 fleets here makes sense, right?
absolutely. I got myself all distracted looking at the point of the fleet into Belgium. I need to go do some sandboxing after this and figure out if it actually helps you force Helengol and Bite in O2. And like
Mhm.
maybe there's an advantage there if you have Russia on side. I got distracted with that. And then I got distracted because I was like, why is Russia supporting themselves into Galicia? So I think that maybe there was already even pre-decision to effectively stab for Bulgaria, miscommunication and mistrust, because that looked like a Budapest covering Serbia that was probably promised to bounce Galicia. Because if I am Russia in this spot and I know that like they're just leaving to cover Serbia, I'm gonna walk into Budapest, you know? So
Yeah,
that's what I was
makes
seeing.
sense.
All right, to spring 1903.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what to make of the. It looks like Turkey is now back on side with Austria. Turkey's just moving this way and that way because now they take Sev. They support the Austrians into Bulgaria, which looks like it works because Bulgaria goes to Serbia. So this is the classic dipsy doodle over here. France is getting those fleets out. It looks like they're maybe going south. Actually, this looks more like an attack on Italy than it does than a swinging north. To me, I think you go to Gascony and Spain here if you're going up. So this looks like Mao maybe drops south to put 2 fleets down onto Tunis. We'll see. Indeed. That's not good if you're Jackson Roberts. Not what you want to see, having a French fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea here. On the bright side, you're building, and on the bright side, you invited them into Piedmont for some reason, so that's cool. What else we got? We got the English in Helgoland Bight. We got the English in Sweden. We got the Russians in Berlin. We got Russia and Turkey working together again against the Austrians because this has been very productive because now Turkey's in Bulgaria, finally back to the way it was in 1901. Any thoughts on any of this? I can't keep track of who's on what side in the east. It doesn't look good for Austria. It looks like they've lost a bunch of centers though, and it worked out okay for Russia.
I'm most curious if the fleet in Holland's going to get popped on purpose. I think there might be some like EF collaboration, or if it's going to walk further along, because it's going to end up in a very odd position. And while Jason certainly like it has Tunis open, I think the position makes sense and is good. I'm not like critiquing the positioning of France in the EF. I'm just curious, like, what's on England's mind here? You know?
Well, it's super awkward, right? Because you can't take Ruhr, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, you can take it if you're going up to Tyrolia and gonna cut Munich, but I mean, so I guess I'm speaking a little bit early, right? And the English walk right into Kiel here, right? And everybody wants them there, it looks like, so that's cool. The Turks are repositioning. This looks like we've had now, I think, 2 turns in a row where Russia and Turkey have worked together. I think that's the longest we've seen any alliance structure in the East. So I'm fully expecting that to break down in the fall, but let's wait and see.
Nope.
No. All right. Turkey's pulling out. And it's interesting. What's interesting to me here is that Russia chooses not to make a play on Trieste, which means maybe they're not decided about what direction they're going to go in the south, right? Because there's not a lot of reason why they can't do that here. Even just putting Austria in, why not? If you know you're going after Italy next if you're on side with the Turks, right? Because you can take it back from Austria. What are you saying? I see you now shaking your head, Andrew.
I don't think they're on side with the Turks.
Well, that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point, right? So if I'm looking at this, there's no reason why you don't make the play on Trieste unless you're planning on moving on the Turks right now, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see. I'm also looking at the north and what world of pain Russia's in the north with England there, unless they can get France to swing something around.
Yeah, pain, but it's only -2. You just need to swap the 2 out from somewhere else.
That is one way of looking at it. But it looks like they are on side with both the Turks and the Italians, so that was not quite the call. And I think maybe that's because everybody is now paranoid about this EF and feels like we've got to do this a certain way right now to make sure that we can hold them back. And they make all the right moves. The tactics are good for the three of them working together. They put everything in the right position along the middle of the board and lock up the Ionian and all of that kind of thing. So they're obviously going to have to pull some units as a result of this, but I think they're probably in a decent position to not lose more ground. I'll particularly point out the withdrawal of St. Pete and just sliding things down is a nice move, right? Because they actually could have gotten Livonia. They could have gotten that unit piffed if England either convoyed to Livonia or moved the fleet to Livonia. And if that unit gets piffed, now you're an army short, right? Because really, what you're going to ultimately want to do is pull that fleet from Romania as your disband, so that you can still hold the middle of the board. So I think that was a nice play. All right. And yeah, I mean, this is just locking up. So unless there's some stabbing or something here, this board is going to be pretty locked actually at this point, I think. I'm not immediately seeing any holes in either line. Are you?
I'm not. And I wanted to actually maybe sort of like half rescind my previous comment about stabbing Turkey, because it would have unlocked the board to a greater extent, especially Italy. You don't know how Italy's going to feel about that decision. We don't have the knowledge there. So while you're still staying on 9, and I was reading it as like, well, England's at 7, they're going to get to 9 because France is at 9. So everyone wants to be at 9. Go take your 2 and you'll be at 9, and then you can pitch a draw. But does maybe that gets to the point where then you're seeding a top potential to one of EF and not you.
Yeah, this is right. This is the game calling here. I mean, it's an early game end, but this is the right result for the way this game played out. There's no play here, right? No, there's no incentive by anyone on either side to do anything. I mean, France has no stab on England. England has no stab on France. At least nothing effective that doesn't benefit the other side of the board more than it benefits themselves.
Yeah. Do you know how experienced Soap is? Because this reads as one of those where I don't see any reason why E and F shouldn't be on the same center count. I mean, which is a credit to diplomacy from France, but I didn't see any reason.
Well, I guess the point, and I think it's a good question. I don't know how experienced Soap is, but I think it's easy for France to say, hey, look, we've been working together. Like, what do you want to do from this position? Like, you take one of my dots and we're fighting. Like, this is, if we ended up in a situation where we were even, that would have been fine. But we ended up in this situation and this is where we're at. And I think that that's a strong response from France, and to say, like, you drop into one of my dots, this game is not going to end here.
And a couple of the commenters are telling us a little about Soap. So good. Thank you for the info there. And always good to have a good ally. So,
but of course, I if I'm Soap, I make that pitch. Obviously, right? I mean, there's no reason not to. I got that fleet. I can easily just drop into Holland. It's no threat to England, and we just end on 9-9, and we're all happy.
Yeah, I could see this as one of those things where I've agreed to things before of like handing over Kiel, because I'm like, it made sense in my head at the time, and then I see the board and I'm like, ooh,
Could not have done
I
that.
can't fight you, but you can fight me.
Yeah. For sure.
we're good.
Sure.
All right. I bit into that, so.
Yeah, good game by everybody here. I think everybody responded and played smartly. So, you know, even though it was a short game, I think it was a lot of smart play.
And Soap couldn't play any more games. There you go. So we're good there.
Absolutely makes sense.
Thank you. All right. This board is the name of the board gets us the VDC off the board. So we have Hiro E. Caicedo. And we've got Peter McNamara joining us on the board. I think he played another game, but the first one we're covering for him. So welcome, Peter. Matt Colburn back again in England. Steve Hogue in France. Nicholas Lawton in Germany. Roger Yu. I saw Roger in the chat. You made a comment that I liked and I wanted to agree with, but I didn't, and I forgot what it was now. So maybe I'll go back and look. So welcome to the board, Roger. Jason Bennett in Russia. Ian Rudnick, who had a really nice score in one of the earlier rounds that we didn't cover. So now we have him on the board. Andrew, take a read at this, and Adam, hop in with questions or comments.
Sounds good. Starting with the West, South Bounce and Burgundy is a bit interesting because of, you know, the natural self limitation of the move. But, you know, it can show like a decent amount of, it can build a lot of trust, I feel like, as opposed to having to trust or putting someone in an awkward position where they maybe don't want to bounce you. Besides that, for the East, nothing special.
Oof.
Okay, so we've got stick in the East. We've covered the whole Syria dissuasion, saying like you really don't want to think about that convoy. We've got the Trieste move, which is certainly never a pleasant thing to have happen to you. But I don't see, there's nothing unusual enough or unique enough about this opening where I could feel like I can read into the relationships yet. In the West, okay, well that's a 3-bill Germany. And something you don't see that every day. It did make sense from the moves. Vacating the North Sea. I guess, I don't know, Adam, does this feel like an alliance or a pitch from England?
I suspect it's England trying, you know, I think Matt had some difficulties in his first 2 rounds, and I think he's trying to get somebody on side early in the game. And I think, you know, maybe he got a good feel from the Germans and said, you know, I need to make the first move and show them I'm committed to this. I've seen a lot of players do like to play this way, and they say, you know, I'm going to put it myself out there. If it doesn't work, all right, doesn't work, I'm getting killed, that's okay. But I'm not gonna be sitting here waiting for somebody else to make something happen. I'm gonna do something to make something happen. And this certainly fits that bill, right? Whether it will work out for him or not, I don't know. But I think that's how I read this, right? Because if I'm confident Denmark's gonna hold and not go to the North Sea here, it's like I can do this. I can support myself back out to the North Sea with a fleet. But we're gonna do that. Okay, well, all right, cool. I mean, this is something you can do too, and you can say, "Hey, I'm not gonna make a play. I'll give Russia Scandinavia, and I'm really just gonna go all in, hoping Germany does what I want them to do." And look at this. They put the fleet in Berlin, which is what you wanted them to do, right? They put down 2 armies. Wasn't 2 fleet built, so I'm not super upset about this if I'm England. In fact, this is the best I could have hoped for as a result from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I might be facing with a German fleet in the North Sea now. I kind of doubt it because I'm assuming he's going to just pull Norway back. I don't think you have much of a choice.
Yeah.
Jasper's comment about no bounce in Sweden. If it was EG, sometimes you have that, but not all the time.
Yeah, it's still pretty rare, right? I think generally Germany doesn't do it unless they have a really strong reason, even if they are planning on taking it the next year, which again is what this looks like, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the only thing that I thought was interesting about then, like, why move to channel from a tactical perspective, I think the diplomacy was really clear and effective. Was that you get this guess about Picardy versus support into Belgium, which is like it does give a reason. The Kiel moving to Munich though feels kind of awkward in that regard because like why not Ruhr? So that's the, you raise an eyebrow to that, right? As England, you're just like, okay. I mean,
Holland could have even dropped to Ruhr here, right? Because there's nothing in the North Sea, and if you've agreed that nothing's going there, then so yeah, it's not optimal. It could be a mistake, right? It could have just been like, hey, but yeah, it looks a little sketchy if you know that the player in Germany like is sharp, like that could be a concern.
yeah. So I've got eyes on Norway. I've got eyes on GR for the fall.
But
And then I
heck,
got eyes on whatever the
you've
heck
got
Italy's
Venice
doing.
you got Venice to Piedmont, right? I mean, you're not upset overall, I would say.
Yeah. Rest of the South is, I think, fairly straightforward. Okay, so they got an infinite circle in Mao and the English Channel. It didn't end up taking Burgundy, but now they're committed to Ruhr. So yeah, maybe they just missed it. These things happen. The northern fleets still are gummed up, which I also find odd because I can make sense of it in my head if you're like, I don't actually want to hurt Russia yet. They need help in the south. Right? The whole reason to give Sweden in 01 is you're like, I don't want, AI to run over this game or IT to run over this game. But now you're like, Russia's doing fine. They don't need Sweden anymore. It's nobody feels good taking Sweden from Russia, but it has to be done.
I think the reason you're doing this though is it's also if you're protecting your ally, right? Because if Sweden supports St. Pete to Norway, you're cutting it. If they go the other way, then you're walking into Sweden, and Russia's not really getting anything from it. So I think it's partly why you arrange it this way. And would you rather probably in the spring turn would have been the time to just support out to Baltic, but I sort of get it, even though I don't know that it's what I would have done here. But I think I get why you're doing it.
Italy picks up 2 with Marseille and Greece, but gives back Trieste, so picks up 1.
And Peter loses Budapest, so.
Yeah, it certainly feels like one where there's no right decision for Austria. It's just like, oh yeah, you can make a deal that still loses you 1 instead of 2. Great.
And we got the Fleet Venice build, the dreaded Fleet Venice build from Italy here.
Fleet Venice into Hold Venice.
Okay. I got to assume that must have been a mistake. It probably was supposed to be an army, or maybe it was supposed to be in Naples, because that's not helpful, I guess. I think an army Venice probably would have made some sense there, but not a fleet.
Yeah, definitely a little confusing from Italy here. I like it looks like they sort of made up with France or are like negotiating the position, but I feel like the position for France wasn't so desperate as to need Italy like concessions. So it's a little I'm curious to see where that goes in the fall. And then Turkey just seems to be sort of chilling. I guess Austria is more mad at Italy than anyone else, which does make sense given the fleet build. I do feel like if I'm Italy here, and it was a mistake, and I'm trying to make up, Venice to Apulia, Syria to Venice, Tyrolia to Venice, just like fix what you can for now, get the fleet doing something. I don't know. Maybe it'll happen in the fall. Maybe they just didn't want to risk it. I don't know.
I think even worse than that is Ionian hold in this position is really just inexcusable, right? If you're going to be sitting in Greece, why is Ionian not supporting it to hold? If you're not going to be moving your units, use them to give yourself some supports. Why make it easy on your opponents, right? I mean, I obviously Turkey can cut it and still get the support from Austria, but why not write the order?
That's tough. Well, breaking news, I can inform you, in fact, there's an excuse, an incredibly valid one. Roger Yu says he was negotiating and just ran out of time.
These
Classic.
things, yeah, totally. That is a good excuse. And I mean, these things happen, and you are always up against the clock, and you are always trying to make those deals up to the last minute. So, yeah, totally understood, Roger.
Nope.
Yeah. We're not
Right
here to
on.
make you feel bad, but we are here to point it out.
No, and I think it's a good lesson for everyone that, put something in early on in the turn, and that way you've got some orders down. And if it turns out it's not what you wanted, at least you got something down, right? And you're not gonna just have only orders for half your units. So I think it's a good practice. I think a lot of face-to-face players will do this. They'll at a minimum write down the positions of their units, but many will actually write a preliminary order set very early on in the turn so they don't get stuck if time runs out.
Yep. All right, to the ball.
Okay, so this is we're gonna summarize the East as RT, and they got there somehow. Sure. Letting Spain happen. This feels so. I guess this must be just vengeance from France to an extent. I guess that's the other half of making a strong pitch of I will do this and maybe you'll ally me. Is somebody gets pretty mad that you sort of let it all hang out to dry. And then, they actually took it instead of just stabbing you brutally, as one would hope, in an FG kind of thing. That's how I read that side of the board. Stasis with the fleets in the north. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how does RT progress from here? With a stab. Not unreasonable. Given the positioning, right? Austria on one center, that's the right amount of centers. In Italy with like 2 armies and well, 3 armies, but 2 which are active and then not in great position. This is like, maybe I should have thought for 5 more seconds. Just said this was going to happen, but yeah, I think this looks pretty decent, especially if you continue to have this weird stasis in the north. And even if you don't, you've got 2 units up there. You'll lose 2 centers. There's nowhere near is an army coming down into St. Petersburg. I think it's fine. And it certainly looks like the West is such a mess, you're going to have a lot of time just to win the tactical war from having more units. Yeah, this is a toughie. Re-guesses. Is that Austria supporting Serbia? Is that
Looks like
a
it.
one last
Yeah,
screw you?
looks like it.
Yeah. Okay. Which, that's awkward. That is some diplomacy. Hate to say the word. But that's one of those where you gotta sort out the 5 different mysteries to figure out why can you not get Italy to just tap Trieste or something weird like that, or you're scared of it. Yeah, that's awkward. That's tough. I guess maybe you should slam yourself into Trieste instead, but maybe it's really useful having Austria there, right? As just a wild card. Italy presumably feels a certain way about you and your size after stabbing. I think evidenced by the whole attack on Serbia. So that's tough. I don't know what to say about the West. It's
We'll keep moving.
I don't know if I've seen this pattern before. Another fleet coming down. Yeah, I agree with that pretty much. Nowhere for army to go. So in the very beginning, I think Matt Colburn himself popped in and said, 2 eliminations, will there be a third? I don't think so. This is actually looking better and better for England, I gotta say.
With two successful moves right here.
Better and better. This might be one of those where I'm just England and I'm just hoping the game goes long. This is this is almost something you more see in Gunboat, where there's a really anti-France meta. Italy gets a hook in early and then doesn't do anything in the East, and you're just trying to out-fleet them. Looks good. I mean, taking Belgium, but that's a trade for Paris. Yeah. Army fleet makes sense. Ooh, yeah. yeah, okay. Matt is putting all the chips in on I will cash in on the Iberian Peninsula. I think it's gonna work out well. In the East, I'm a little surprised by the stasis.
Steve, I had that
Well,
exact same thought.
it hasn't progressed. Now I'm not here to nitpick. That is kind of wild. So it's I guess O2. Yeah. Let's see the fall.
Let's see it.
Okay, so that's progress. Interesting. So I guess like the bigger conversation, right, is well, who's gonna like actually deal with Russia? But because of the northern nonsense, they're never gonna be able to build in St. Petersburg. You're always gonna see Warsaw coming.
Yeah.
So this just sort of is this like just turning into a top of the world? Like this might just be a solid three-way draw from them.
2 for Matt. Very nice. There you go. Nice work.
Stopping there. Okay. I mean, tournaments always have X factors, right? You can't know everything you want to see. But I would have liked to see. I feel like the Turkish dots are guaranteed for Russia. I guess you're going +3 to lose 2 in the north, and maybe you can't win the ground war against Germany. And if you're on good terms, yeah, I mean that's fine. Oh, yeah, Roger's got the deets. Thank you, Roger. It's so helpful. I love when people show up to get talked about. Saying EG won a joint second top over me. Yep, that sounds like classic tensions. They got that. They're happy. I'm happy. I think it's like pretty smooth play from Jason Bennett, to be honest. He just sort of negotiated a really solid stasis in the north and then took advantage of Austria-Italy problems, stabbed Turkey at the right time, and managed to like negotiate enough that people still like them. It's great work.
And as the comments say, the same way, they are giving Jason props for the game. So we will do the same. That is the end of round 5. There was only one board in round 6, another Euro Australian friendly one, and that will go current end in a 9-9-8 with Jordan Connors securing his 3rd result, giving him the max possible scores here. Jonathan Sun in France does not make it to Austria for this one, so does not return there, but does have a nice shared top with Bradley Grace, who was in Austria. So maybe allying with Austria was the best thing he could do there. Bring Johnny back to the stream. So this gets us through the end of round 6 with the top board showing as not the top board, the standings showing as one more round to go. So Jordan does land his 3rd score, 890, a fantastic score. Bradley Grace behind him at 880. So he, even though I'm sure that includes his one drop. Let's see, Bradley at 1, 2, and 3. Yep, yeah, that does include his dropped round in round 4. Jamal at 780, Noam at 770, Jason at 760, Ben 720. There's a lot of not secured numbers because you get a 340 in that round, and you've got Christian, you've got Jason, you've got CG. Let's get to the next page. Ian had a terrible score in the 1, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's 60 in round 4, 90 in round 5. So any of those could be dropped if he plays a 4th round. Katie Gray only has 2 scores. So a board top, a strong board top, 300 something points puts her up in the 800s. Super wordy, same way, 455. That can come up there too. We know Jonathan had some lower results in there too, 450. Anyone in the top, what? Probably 18, 19 right behind there.
We We took some time looking at the full scoreboard, including like every individual round, and this tournament was insanely live going into round 7.
Oh,
Like it was crazy. There was so many people that had like an easily improvable drop round, genuinely all the way down, like you're saying, to like 18, 19, 20 that could legitimately had a shot at 7th. It was really cool.
nice. All right. Well, then we're going to do board C first in round 7, and I'm going to do this one as a quick read, and then we're going to do the final games, more of a typical live broadcast where we can get into a little more in-depth analysis, because round 7 will determine who is on the top board. So we've got Super Wordy, we were talking about in Austria, Keith Worstel in England, Cody Green in France, Darcy Morris in Germany, Jamal Bacarli in Italy. Riaz Virani is the first Riaz sighting here on the show. Welcome, Riaz. So we didn't pitch Cascadia. Cascadia will be coming up in a few weeks in Vancouver for those who have not been to that tournament. Adam, I believe you are a winner of that one.
It's been a few years, but yeah, it's a great tournament. Chris Brand and Riaz Virani just run such a great welcoming event up there. Highly recommend for anyone who has access. Especially West Coasters, it's really easy to get to. But anyone who has the time to make it out there, it's really fun.
I think California.
That's the weekend of January 31st through February 2nd. So I think we probably can put up a link with some further information, but you can reach out to anyone at DBN or Chris Brand and agree with the info for that.
Here, so let's do this. All of our North American NADF tournaments. There's a lot of other tournaments out there as well. We love everyone playing as much diplomacy as they can and want to. Find a game nearby. So the NADF server is where a lot of the events that we have promoted are. Join in there to get in the Discord server to communicate about travel, about plans, about things you want. The WDC event in San Francisco in April has a separate channel in there as well. So all the information you can get is there. We'll keep flashing these up as we go through the final thing here. And then this tournament, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, is run through the VWDC server, which is the server that was created at the beginning of the COVID lockdowns. This is where we play the Virtual Diplomacy League. Again, the broadcast for that is actually we're almost getting to today in Eastern time zone. Definitely overseas where a few of our players are. It is already there asleep. Preparing for it. I believe kickoff for that game is actually probably 12, 13 hours, maybe pretty close to it. So we'll have full coverage of that tomorrow night, North American time, and overseas. So if you wake up in the morning, check it out. Coverage over there. What else on this? And yeah, Virtual Diplomacy League. We had some educational events in there. Just we call them house games because that's what the local hobbies would call them. You'd go to someone's house and they would play. Well, we've got some virtual house games in there run by Ben Kelman. It's great. You find 7 people on a random day and you sign up for it and you play. So join us in the VWDC server. And any more information about lots of diplomacy at diplobn.com. With that, get here. All right. Spring 1901. We're going to go real quick. I'm going to go real quick. I got to hit the right button in order to go. Spring 1901. We see Paris to Burgundy. I've seen that a couple times. It's not generally the strongest individual move for a bounce. Steve Hogue bounces himself back there at times, and Marseille holding. Maybe saw something in round 5 where France was under attack, played a little more defensively. Munich to Tyrolia for the 3rd or 4th time. Jamal is just doing, I think Jamal knew he had a top spot locked up. Folks, don't do this at home.
Jamal calls this the Apulian antipasto, apparently.
Yep, there he is in the chat. Austria and Russia and Turkey doing Eastern types of things. Fall 1901 convoy to Belgium and Burgundy into Munich because Tyrolia supports Venice into Trieste. Quite fun. I guess that's what you get for triple self bounce to start the game. I think that just disarming your opponents, it seems to have worked out for Jamal these last couple of games. So good for him. Support attack into Romania. Turkey clears out for to be able to move some fleet. Mid-Atlantic to Western Med's kind of fun. They do get 2 builds because of Munich. No bounce in Sweden. And Chris Kelly, I agree with you. The attacks on Holland were a lot, and someone else mentioned bouncing in Sweden is out of form right now, and I totally agree with that. Not too many bounces in all of our virtual games. Russia stays in the lead. Riaz is good at this game, so let's see how he continues. Working with Turkey to push forward. Good RT. Petrolia back into Munich. England into Helgoland. Western Med into Tunis. All right. Full 1902. Anyone jump in if you see anything I miss. Convoy to Denmark. So Germany under massive attack. Let's see. Does RT stick together? Nope, not really. So that is Riaz. Italy gets Tunis as expected and goes back to cover Marseille. Riaz. Denmark into Kiel. Who is that supported by Holland? And Helgoland is supporting the convoy into Denmark again. Sweden not moving, not doing anything, not needing to. Turkey under attack. Italy coalescing at home, not really under attack, but bringing it over at home. Super Wordy back in the game. Nope. Italy coming back after Super Wordy. Let's see.
Cool convoy by Riaz.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Very clever move. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, tricked him into thinking the attack was on Khan. It was not. It was on Enk, which will free up the taking of Smyrna next year. Super Wordy is getting a build this turn, getting to their regular 5 after the first one. Jamal gets to 5. Fleet Naples and Fleet Eddie. Good for Keith. Picking up some builds north to Channel, Belgium to Picardy. So that alliance is fading. Picking up Holland, Munich back to the French. We'll see how long that lasts. And Khan goes. Oh no, Smyrna stays there with another convoy back from Riaz. All things Riaz.
Yeah,
Well,
he's attacking the Austrians now. I mean,
Yeah.
he's just pushing. This is just very, very aggressive play.
So
Oof.
picking up
A
4.
4.
Nice. All things Riaz. England doing their best to keep pace with that. Picks up 2 fleets. No need to fight against a +4 Russia with 2 armies sitting still. Anything else? All things Riaz. Fleets out. Paris taken. Munich taken. All things. England picks up 2 more. 9 to 11. What does Riaz get out of this?
Well, he's got 2 in pocket.
Right.
Yep.
It's 11-11 though, I think.
Yeah, spots open. Stays on 11. 11-11. What did we get here? That was 11. Oh, he was at 9. It was 11-9 last time. So 11-11. And that's where we end. 11-11. So
Beautiful.
I'm glad that Jamal didn't solo after opening the way he did, because that would be the most likely outcome of this game. I'm also glad Keith didn't attack Russia. I don't know if folks have played with Keith Worstel, but he has some phobia of Russia. If you play on a board with Keith, you can be sure of nothing other than that Keith will attack Russia, even if he's playing France. And on this board, he didn't do it. Very proud of him. Good job, Keith. Well done.
This was such a Riaz-y game, having played so many games with Riaz. You know, Riaz is actually like pretty good with his ally. You just don't always, his ally just isn't always who you think it is, right? And it was England in this game, and maybe you thought it was Austria earlier on, but it really wasn't, right? And so he just, and he's very aggressive, and it works out great. And that's what he did here.
Yeah, good game.
all right. So we got 2 left to go. Adam, you're going to hang around for one more. then let's get Andrew. We'll give you a break since we haven't gotten you on since you joined. Enjoy this one. We'll get these guys here, and then we'll bring you back for the last one. All right, let's do.
I get to commentate both my own games. Yeehaw!
I thought I saw your name on there.
I forgot.
You've got
All
some
right,
insights.
I'll do the play-by-play. You can give
Yeah.
give the perspective. I won't make you do play-by-play on your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you really want to.
No.
Well, since you played both of these, which one should we do first? Which one should we save for the last?
We should first. Well, I don't know which one's which.
San Martin and Tegas. Which here?
Just pick one. I don't know.
All right. I think you told me. Let me here. We'll give it. All right. So why did you have to fill out boards? Is that why you were playing these?
Yeah, I managed to go the whole tournament without having to fill out a single board, and then on the last round, I had to double board to fill the boards. I was so mad. I was so mad.
All right.
Things I do for these people, man. Patrick
we'll do
Jacobson.
7A. We'll do 7A first, and then we will do 7B. So 7A, we'll do the players on this one. We've got Jackson Roberts in Austria in 7th place. We've got Wes Ketchum. I think I only saw him on one board, but maybe he did get a couple. In England, Captain Gaming, topping round 5, is in 10th place. In France, Bradley Grace, a virtual lock to make the top board, but you never know. Johnny Gillum here in Italy in no place because he's not playing for score. Peter Cook must be his first board. Welcome to the tournament, Peter. And Milo Small had a rough game last time I remember, is in Turkey. So, all right, Adam, let's read these out. Again, these matter a little more. So if you want to get into some more depth, then Johnny, fill us in with what you know that we don't and things he missed.
Sure.
Okay. We got Munich to Tyrolia and a bounce in Piedmont. So those are kind of interesting. The combination of those is quite interesting, actually. Elsewhere, we got a bounce in the Black Sea, no bounce in Galicia, allowing Moscow to go up north. England makes the old Churchill opening, which we don't see a whole lot these days, which is the Liverpool going up to Edinburgh. And of course, the advantage of that is that it can be convoyed over either Norwegian or North Sea. The downside is it can't cover London if you get France in the Channel, but he does not get France in the Channel. So maybe that will be useful.
Wes is an excellent alliance player, and so I'm sure he worked that out beforehand. So right into the fall. Oops. There we go.
Yeah, so we've got the supported convoy to Norway, which is, I think, the sensible thing that you do here. Make sure you get your one build. That allows France to get Belgium without any contesting, and also goes down to Spain. This is interestingly pretty triply. I mean, I don't know that it's going to be a triple, but these are fairly triply openings with Germany now supporting France to Piedmont, the fleet going to the south coast of Spain, bouncing Sweden. That looks triply to me. We'll see. Otherwise, the fleet from Russia goes to Romania is also interesting, with Turkey going to the Black Sea. So, yeah. You see anything different, Johnny?
Nope, I saw Tripoli. That's what I saw.
Both on the board and in review.
South Coast. I have not seen South Coast in 1901 for some time. That's that's exciting and different, and I will watch with intrigue about how that goes, particularly in light of the fact that he's got a Turkey in the Black Sea that, he decided to go that way. Peter must feel pretty good about his relationship with Turkey. I mean, Turkey being in the Black Sea is not the end of a RT by any stretch of the imagination. Sometimes it's perfectly fine, but you got to be really bold to make a build like that. So looking forward to that.
The broadcaster brawl from a couple years ago, I asked Brandon to build in the South Coast in 1901 because
did he do it?
He did. And the alliance was fantastic for as long as we could hold him off, and then I fed him my centers.
Okay. What do we got here? We got England going up north. Germany again trying to bounce Sweden. This looks like a triple, man. This is very triply. France is not even going for Portugal. They're just going all out. We got Baltic. We got Silesia. We got Bohemia, but Austria is going up to Tyrolia, which might be anti-Italian. I don't know. And now Russia and Turkey are fighting. It looks almost. What is Austria doing? They go to Romania and Bulgaria. That's fascinating. Maybe agreed with Russia.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it was.
Maybe agreed with Russia.
Which I don't think I love that agreement as Russia when you're in such a brutal position and you're fighting off a Western triple in the north. But it's the agreement that was made. So
what I like less is Ukraine to Warsaw. Why not go to Moscow here, where it can do a lot of different things, right? It can cover Warsaw from Moscow, but it can also support Sev.
Yep. Or I mean, you might have to cover St. Petersburg here too.
Or you might have to cover St. Petersburg. Absolutely. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And bummer. Okay. And he loses St. Petersburg. I guess he loses Sweden. And he does not lose Sev because the Austrians help him out there, which I guess is a reasonable part of that deal. But that's just brutal. I mean, he's going to be down to what, 2-3 centers. That's not ideal for Peter. Jackson in Austria moves out of Venice to allow Italy in to get a build, which I guess that makes some sense if you're trying to hold back the Western triple. Give Italy the build. If you're taking 2, give Italy one of those builds to put another fleet down. I like that. Yeah, I mean, it's Western Tripoli, so it's going to be good for Turkey unless that breaks up very quickly, and it's not going to be good for anyone else, I guess. Maybe somebody in the West will emerge.
Oops. We haven't seen this in multiple years here on DBN, but no Australians involved.
Since you highlighted his name, I did want to point out that Patrick Jacobson dashingly stepped in to GM these games while I was playing. So thank you, Patrick.
Excellent. All right, winter. There's that fleet build you were talking about, Adam. Berlin and 2 fleets up north going for Peter. So easy come, easy go.
Yeah, and this is why in these kinds of situations, if you're playing Turkey, you're down to your home centers, you're not worried. This is okay. Like, you're back in Bulgaria, you're going to just be able to push on out of this if at such time that you want to. You probably might even just sit at 4 for a little while. Maybe you push immediately, but maybe you sit at 4 for a little while and see how it goes.
Sev hold hurts though here.
Yeah. Why does Sev hold here?
Don't know.
Huh.
Back on side? Like, well, what else would it do?
Tap black.
Tap the Black Sea. Tap the Black Sea here, right?
No.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I mean, Austria, Italy are doing the things you do with a Western triple. Peter's doing what he can, which isn't much with what he's got, right? So the question is it going to destabilize quickly? I mean, Munich is obviously a agreed upon bounce, but how long can this remain stable? France is going to build now, but do they have enough momentum that they can push forward? I guess they can if they're patient, but they're not going to make gains super quickly because the resistance against them has materialized fairly quickly. Guess if they can convince Turkey to keep pushing quickly, that that could be to their advantage.
Now it taps it. All right. So the change did not happen.
Yeah, I mean, so now so Austria retakes Bulgaria, fine, whatever. But now that's lost momentum for the eastern part of the board. That's really what they're trying to do, is slow down the Western triple. Instead, they're dinking at Turkey, which is I mean, something you got to do. But now what happens? They lose Warsaw. They don't lose Tunis here, right? So Italy holds out, but again, they're taking a lot of guesses. I mean, Italy guessed right for the moves here, but you could easily have ended up in a worse position if France had moved down to Tuscany or something like that. That wouldn't be great right now.
How do you feel about Sweden as Bradley?
Yeah. Well, it depends what agreements you had. If it was an agreement that you were giving England the build from Warsaw, that's fine. I mean, I don't know
Is
that I
that
would
fine? Yeah,
Well,
I don't think
I don't
that's
know that I
fine.
would offer that, right? I'm just saying, like, if it's agreed, then it's not a stab. Would I
Right.
offer that? No. Why would I offer England the build? I'm Germany in the middle of a Western triple. I'm supposed to be a little bit bigger, right? But again, if I agreed upon it, it's not a stab, right? If I didn't agree upon it, then, you know, I'm guessing based on the build of Army Liverpool that was agreed upon, right?
No, yeah, of course.
So, I mean, yeah, but no, I mean, that's not something I'm very happy with. And this looks to me more like a stab. So, you know, right? I mean, there's no other interpretation of this.
Right.
Because, yeah, I mean, Holland is gone, Denmark is gone, Sweden is going to be gone. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice move on Wes's part. So what does that mean for the rest of the board? Well, it looks like Johnny made the right guess, a correct guess. Yeah, it looks like you made a right guess there. So don't lose. Well, I mean, there wasn't really a guess over Tunis, I guess. So I guess it doesn't really matter, right? You got 3-on-2. It's going to get harder next year when you're 3-on-3, and it's going to be more guessing. But but it still isn't yet until they are also in North Africa, right? Because it's still just 2 on Tunis.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Italy loses 2 from the Austrians taking Trieste and the French retreating to Venice, which might have been a plan on Austria's part or not. I don't know. So that's pretty bad for Italy here. But of course, maybe from the perspective of the Western Triple that no longer exists, that's okay from Jackson's perspective, right? And maybe Jackson's just looking at this saying, like, that's cool. I can get most of this stuff.
Right.
Okay, so Germany's withdrawing. Okay, but so Jackson puts Italy back into Venice. It's just taking Trieste back. Okay, makes sense. What's interesting to me here is the French pulling a fleet back. That's really interesting, right? Suggests that France is not as cool with England taking everything and says, okay, if Germany's going down, I'm going to get a piece and I'm going to be covering my backside so that there's no more tempting there, right? I'm not sure, Johnny, what was the diplomatic situation here that led to that?
Yeah, there was a theory here, I think propagated by Jackson, that this was not actually a stab of England on Germany, but rather a stab of England on France. That Sweden and Denmark was a trade, and England was either going to convoy to Belgium or go north to Channel, New York to Wales, and let France get further out of position, and then they were going to stab that way. I thought it was a legit theory, but I don't know. I don't know where the idea came from. I think it was maybe just imagined, but it became so prevalent that everyone just acted as if it were true by the end of the phase.
So let me ask the question. So that's fascinating. And do you think this was strategically advantageous for Jackson to get France moving in the other direction? I'm trying to think about what does this open up for Jackson? Because I mean, if this was like a planned seed that somehow took on a life of his own and ended up getting France to turn around, like I'm trying to figure out is that what Jackson wants in this position? And it might be. I'm not, but it also frees up Italy to have more flexibility. But if he wants Italy to go after Turkey with him or something, then that's good. If he wants to kill Italy himself, then having Italy occupied, no longer occupied by France, maybe is less good.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think Jackson actually thought that was what was going to happen. But I was happy to get the toot for France to offer to piff these 2 units. I wasn't complaining any.
Yeah, it's beautiful for you. Absolutely.
Even though it's a whole one, but
yeah, but I mean, but France is rebuilding elsewhere, so that's okay. Yeah, and France. Okay, this is interesting. Those builds are really interesting. Yeah, maybe not what France doesn't want to see those builds at all.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so now England is fighting both parties, I guess. Yeah, is fighting both Germany and France. Jackson, what is Jackson doing? I guess Jackson wants to fight, is fighting Turkey. I mean, that's what it looks like, right? He's going to the Aegean and going to Bulgaria while Turkey's convoying up to Sev. So this is going to be probably the end of Peter Cook, but Jackson is going to be in Warsaw. Should be able to keep it. Should be able to take, well, maybe can take Khan, I don't know, or Smyrna has a little bit of a guess there.
Right.
Khan goes because it's 2v1, and Turkey does not keep Sev. Russia stays alive.
So you're cool. I mean, what's your pitch with Jackson at this point? Obviously, you don't want to be fighting him, but are you trying to get him to give you Trieste or something like that to balance this a little bit more? I mean, you're going into after Italy, so you're clearly going to work with him.
Yeah, I mean, the offer was Smyrna here, right? I figured that the 1 dot for Trieste, I considered the 1 dot for Trieste and Adriatic. I knew he was covering Greece. So I was like, all right, if I take Trieste here and go to Adriatic, I have made an eternal enemy out of a very strong Austria, who I don't really have a good way of fighting. And there's nobody to help me fight, right? Turkey's dead. Russia's dead. There's nobody to help me. And what guarantee do I have that France doesn't just come right back around at me, right? He's still in West. So I need at least one flank that I feel good about. And, I've got Smyrna on offer. So I was like, that might be the best I can do from this position until things change elsewhere.
And you don't try to negotiate for Trieste.
I did not at this. No, I didn't here. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I should have, but I didn't know that. I didn't know about all. I was playing 2 boards, so I didn't know about all the negotiations happening in the East.
That's fair. As you're playing 2 boards, you are basically just playing position to position.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Okay. So Jackson this position looks really strong for Austria. It looks good for England too. West has got in a very nice position too. I would say I would probably, if I had to choose, I'd probably take Austria over England, but I think it's pretty close. Yeah, I think there's just more growth opportunity for Austria here, and he's taking advantage of it.
Right.
He's into Sev. He's going to be in position to probably take Moscow soon. He's going to finish off Turkey with Johnny's help. Yeah.
Button. That's the right button.
Yeah. So now France. Okay, France and England are back on track. Wow, France is going to take 2 this turn. So I wonder what changed Wes's mind. It's actually really surprising to me that they got back on track, because Wes has basically taken what he's going to take from the other side of the board. He really got out of position though to lose St. Petersburg like that.
Yeah, he's down 3.
I wasn't looking closely enough at the position in the north. He really put himself out of position to do that. So maybe he didn't have a choice but to pull off France because he's losing so much.
Right.
Jackson goes up 1, taking Sev. Johnny picks up 1 with Smyrna. Captain Gaming picks up the 2, like you mentioned. Holland, Kiel. England picks up Berlin, but lost. I think it was Holland or Kiel. One of them was his too, and then St. Petersburg. So 10-8-7, 330 for Jackson. Certainly locks in his top board. Takes Smyrna from Johnny. Johnny should be mad.
That was
Growl. Oh, Growl! Come on, be mad. Austria going in for the kill on Ankara, which will certainly be done at that point.
Why does he go down to Armenia though? He doesn't need to do that.
Why not?
To take Armenia, he's got. Oh, I guess if you retreat Smyrna, he needs to. I guess, but if you don't retreat Smyrna, I guess
Ank could have bounced Khan, right?
I see. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay.
One of them. Yeah, I could only bounce one of them.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then the West is taking out Germany. Bradley, who has had a great tournament so far, runs into his first buzzsaw. Munich. Everyone wants Munich to be non-German, and West does retake St. Petersburg.
Well, Wes is now really in on the EF now. It's really quite a change from where we were a couple years ago.
Yep.
Now the question is Captain Gaming in on that? or is Captain Gaming going to make his play now to see if he can race with Jackson? Right, it's just build Fleet Brest instead of Marseille. That's interesting for sure.
At that point, we get to game
Or we
over.
call a game. And
Yep.
nice big board top by Jackson. Great.
Yeah, great game. If you're France here, do you keep playing? Do you attack England?
You're not going to catch Austria. I wouldn't.
I don't think I'm going to catch Austria. I think I'm okay with this result. I'd rather not fighting. I finally got working with England.
Right.
I don't feel the need to do it. Probably.
Yeah.
If I thought I had a legitimate chance, but Austria's sitting on at least 2, if not 3 centers if they want them.
Yeah.
I can't race with that.
All right,
no, I think great.
bring back Andrew in here. And Adam, thanks so much for being with us tonight. What a fun broadcast it's been. We'll do our thank yous at the end. We will see you. So the reason why we're going to let him go early, for other reasons other than diplomacy, is we will see him back here in less than 24 hours doing the BEL top board. So he lost.
Looking forward to that, but this has been such a pleasure. Thank you for all the players. Thank you to Johnny for all of your hard work organizing this. And Johnny, Andrew, Kevin, it's always a pleasure to work with you all.
Thanks, Adam. You're doing God's work out here.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Adam gets the final board off. We get to bring Andrew back in, and that will bring us to round 7, board 2. Players for that will be. We got everyone. I'll make sure I got all the boards up. I do. We got Christian Brown in Austria coming in 8th place. Johnny Gilliam playing 2 boards in England this time. Jason Bennett in France at 5th. Jason Gray. I think Jason and Jason were matched up on a board earlier this tournament too. Jason Gray in 9th. Katie Gray in 12th. Ben Kelman in 6th. Nisha Telia in 43rd. So really, 5 of the 7 are competing. Johnny is not competing for score, but plays for the good of the game. So I wonder how Nisha becomes the wild card in this one. Let's see.
Will I get more than 5 centers in this game? That is the question.
Andrew, you do the reading, and Johnny fill in what we don't know.
Certainly. I think the pleasure of tonight is I've gotten to see a different French opening every time. That's actually quite refreshing. I can't say that I've seen heading to Picardy in a while. And it's not even with Jason Gray in Germany. Now that's actually kind of funny to because he was the one that did the whole Fleet in Belgium thing earlier. Okay, so I'm gonna put a note on that. We're gonna check in on that later. Tyrolia is what stands out from the east. So maybe there's a hint of some anti-German things, but then not going to Burgundy. I don't know. See the fall.
See it.
Okay, so that's clear EG collaboration. Sweden as well. Well, both armies so far away, it certainly makes a lot of sense to go for EG here.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Picardy as like incredibly aggressive. It wasn't channel, but it was like not really any better for me because Picardy goes into Belgium, build a fleet Brest. You have 2 on the channel and 1 on North Sea. Like, I don't want your fleets anywhere. There's no part of this that's good for England. Get your fleets out of here. Go to Spain. Like this is so. I just sort of assumed that I had already been attacked at this point, just in kind of a sneaky way.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if you like feel differently having seen that other game. I don't know.
No, I don't feel differently. No, no, I don't. That was terrible.
Still on it. What's the worst that could happen? Just don't forget any of your games ever. Just
right.
Let them torture you. Let's see. Ben showing quite a bit of restraint, not building in Warsaw. I mean, there may be some fear in the north. Oh, okay, that's a fleet Trieste. All right. Huh. I mean,
Christian Brown is ultimate chaos, and I love it.
Christian and Katie are also fighting over that 7th place spot. So if one of them is going to do well, the other one has to go down.
I guess that's what it's going to be used for. Then going around the side is a choice. Now, is it a good choice? So this is Theoretically a rat? Yeah. I mean, it makes some sense if you're sort of selling, there's so many people on this board that need a good result. Let's take out one of them. But and then with like the clear EG not going, yeah, okay. So Katie says, when somebody starts negotiations with, do you remember our last game? It didn't go well. This is where I need like tone markers. Okay, well that's not good. It was Let's get Katie on broadcast. Oh my god.
I've done so, and to whoever's defense who said that was, I've done that before because I was still so mad at it and I didn't care about the result. This result actually matters. So the other one was more vengeance.
I would argue that you feel like those games matter even more than the first ones. But yeah, let's see. I missed that there's 3 fleets for France, which does make sense given like clear EG, but also doesn't because the G part.
Yeah,
this is a funny game, Johnny.
Burgundy could have been a walk there.
Yeah, the G goes east, or Munich goes east at least.
Yep.
Mostly.
Yeah, because and Ben's the same way. Ben is also fighting for a top 7 spot. I think he was in 9th or something like that. So they both have reason to want Katie to go down. But Katie's in 12th. Katie's not ahead of him. They just need someone to go down.
Right. Okay. So then Ben thinks better, which I don't know. Like, why not just take Vienna? Question mark. The pitch, like, the thing about alliances, right, is you always want to have the upper hand on your ally. No offense to all my future allies. But theoretically, Italy is in such a stuck position here with Austria that, like, there's very little downside other than maybe Turkey getting out of the box to trying to build some sort of a bargain here. I think like Katie's kind of taken that approach with the Greece negotiations where it's like, well, I don't love being 4 to Turkey's 5, but it's heck of a lot better than being on 3. And this is like, I wonder if Ben could have maybe like cut a deal or something. On the other hand, having 3 armies heading directly towards you, kind of scary. Can't really argue with that. There's another one coming in Berlin probably. So it's not like it's like a surprisingly unpleasant Russian position in a way that I don't think I've necessarily seen before.
Yeah.
We get to winter. Christian loses. I'm not sure if it was the original fleet or the built fleet, but loses one of the fleets. Fleet Berlin has been. I've seen more Fleet Berlin, I think, this tournament than I have Fleet Kiel.
I was so pissed about Fleet Berlin.
That's a misorder, right? Can we
No.
get what?
That's what I said. I was like, "Did you mean to build Fleet Berlin?" He was like, "Oh yeah, I thought it'd be good. I'll attack Russia." I was like, "Okay."
Love it.
I don't get
it.
I'm not gonna give any spoilers.
I don't get it. I don't. What? I don't get it. I don't. It's gonna go like throw legs and crawl on the land. Like I don't. That's a different board game. That's oh my god. Okay. Well, no offense, Johnny. You're in real deep doo-doo here. This is not looking good for you. Not looking long, and there's no Italy in sight to help. Yeah. Huh. Good luck.
Thanks.
Besides that, the South is sort of like going as you would expect. I think the somewhat contrition from Austria is interesting in that they chose to, especially leaving Adriatic, which couldn't have been forced without I guess that's a guess. Maybe I'm reading too much into it and it's just a guess. But covering Vienna seems a little, what are you doing if you just trusted Russia and now Russia's under pressure? That's like, you kind of gotta be open to someone and you might as well be open to Russia. So I don't understand going back to Vienna. Let's see. Katie says Jason Gray really didn't want to upset Johnny or Jason Bennett. He was really pulled in 2 directions. That, Lord knows, I'm really bad about deciding to attack someone when I have to. So yeah, I get that. That makes sense. But the logical follow-up here is the position where you're putting England into St. Petersburg, but also walking into North because you're doing nothing to pressure a France that's gonna like slowly take them apart. It's, I mean, it's a position.
North was agreed, to be fair.
It's a position.
Mhm.
So
Position
like
for me, that's for sure.
Turkey is the clear like second best person coming out of this. Especially if they would continue doing what they're doing. Italy will never rival them in the south because France will be too much of a threat. So they might actually top this board. I think Turkey might top this board.
To the winter, Christian pulls another one, keeps the fleet on the board though. Fleet Sev goes. On comes Fleet Naples, Fleet Brest.
Yeah. I mean, the counterpoint to Turkey will top this board is that Katie's a really good player. We'll see what's going on here and negotiate something, which, I mean, credit to AI for figuring this out. I don't know how the heck they did it, given it was a mess. But that's why I'm here and not there. So that's very well done. In the West, this looks like tactics. Is it tactics? It's tactics. All right, then we don't have to talk about it. Let's go to the fall.
And to the fall, and I don't know if you saw this or not, but Christian apparently turned anti-Turkish over the stab on Greece.
It's always nice to have someone pointed in not your direction for a change, you know? Anyway, congrats on tactics, Johnny.
Thank you. I was very pleased to build this turn after the turn that I'd had. I was very, very pleased. That was a win for me.
And negotiating back to the North Sea to cover. Well, I mean that's sort of Jason covering, but yeah, that's very well done there. Certainly, your position is turned around. Burgundy has something in it. This is so things are looking up for Katie.
Hey.
+2 for Katie, tied for the board top with Germany. 2 5s, 2 4s, and a 2.
Yeah, I wondered if the fleet, because I was thinking, I was like, you put down 2 armies, right? Like you just need to move into Ionian to convoy over to Syria, something like that, and then that. But turning west is a choice. I guess it's a choice predicated on if EF is just stuck fighting, which it certainly could be. Jason is so incredibly out of position that like he will never get home. You can pick up some stuff there. It could also be reinforcements, but sending two fleets is not reinforcements. Sending Naples to Tice to West to like help out with Mao or something like that. That's reinforcements. This is looking to cash in, but I don't know. I mean, Turkey also hates Russia now for some reason. Okay, yeah, then no, this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I think not much to say. Austria, you're in a bad spot, and it's not necessarily your fault, and this happens to small things. Getting the double move, retreating to Portugal, handing over St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Because it's an EG.
I mean, it's not like an EG in like in the sense of an equal partnership here.
Okay.
Germany, the big winner, picking up 4. Katie picks up another one, gets to 8 in second place. England takes the biggest, or France takes the biggest dive, pulling 3 fleets.
France. I might have kept Mao and tried to negotiate, like, let me be in Portugal, and then you can disband Spain, and I'll send you around me. Just the small things, but it's very interesting to see this English like minor power play here, and then helping Italy into Spain as a counterweight. you're definitely solidifying a five center situation. And dare I say, I don't think you will get to 6. I think you will lose the bet against yourself.
Interesting.
But we'll see how it goes. I think I'm really feeling the lack of an army from Italy here. I guess you can pick up Smyrna anytime, but I'm seeing like the Munich, Bohemia, Galicia, Ukraine, Sev stalemate line come up, and I'm just not sure. Okay, Katie says I should have propped up Jason Bennett. This was a mistake, I think. I mean, you might, I don't know how much you can ask a question to the crowd. You might have been referring to asking him to keep the fleet in Mao, and then you can like work around and that sort of a thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like the stalemate line is already there and someone's gonna take them. I guess there's an argument like you couldn't have really actioned those builds, but I don't know if you defending them, just like you have to commit another unit. This is too complicated a question to do live.
So let's think about that question though, because if they're fighting for a top board and a board top will get maybe one of them or two of them there, this is what the standings are at the moment. Katie is in 8th and Jason Bennett is in 7th. So just propping up Jason makes sense here. Jason Gray, who's 60 points ahead, which as we found out today, a shared top is 65 points less than a solo top, which Katie would get some and Jason would lose some. So now one center makes all that difference.
Mm-hmm.
Who tops this board? Obviously Johnny knows, so you don't answer.
Yeah, put me on this thought. I mean, probably Germany, given the England's moves, as if I don't know them. Because the question is, England doesn't have a position or a desire to stab, from what I'm reading, which I think is fine. I think like you've played very well. Like I would be very satisfied with this game. I don't know how much else you want out of that, right? So then it's like you got Vienna, you got Budapest, but you're losing Marseille. So then that's a tied top. You got Smyrna and Ankara in the bank, kind of, but I don't know. This could be one of those weird things where the Turkey's like, actually, I'm kind of mad that you're going to eat Smyrna, and then turns around and loses Sev, and then your position gets awkward. I think it's either Germany or a tied top. I don't believe Italy has it anymore. But then all these fleets make me so, I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, there's that too. Yeah. I mean, there's only so much progress to make, right? And there's like, if this gets you in, it gets you in. Sorry.
Do you not think I have an extremely good stab opportunity in the next couple of years from this position? His
you're down
are
one.
in Spain, Baltic, and St. Pete.
I think you've got one too few units. Because you need just like one more thing floating around. I think actually I literally do mean a fleet. Because you can't, if you get into, it's like the Spain negotiation is complicated, but you like build Fleet London, move to North Sea, and then but the fleets come back and the armies, like I think you're just sort of giving the game to Italy at that point because the line gets abandoned, but that's almost not the question you're asking, right? You're asking if you have a good stab, if you like, can you stab well enough to become the second?
Yeah.
It just feels a little too slow.
Yep.
It's a summarized answer.
Oh, so to that, let's congratulate Jackson Roberts for becoming the #1 overall seed for next weekend's top board. Jordan Connors finishes in 2nd with just 3 boards played. Very well played. Bradley Grace just behind him. Jason Gray, Jamal Bulkarli, Noam Brown. Noam back on the top board for the first time in a while. He hasn't played much, so not for not trying. And then Jason Bennett slips into 7th. Katie Gray is the first alternate. So we will see if those 7 players can make it. I know the BDL had a tough time coordinating the top 7 all playing. They did that in fine fashion. We will see if they can make that work again next weekend. So,
Congrats to the top 7.
Congratulations to the top
Reached the
7.
boards. Yeah.
I think it's worth noting that the cut in this tournament was 760 or something, which is like when we were estimating before, we thought it was going to be like 500, 550. We went through almost every game. There was no 11, 11, 11s. There were no tops. 3 people got together and arranged them from the beginning. Literally none. The whole tournament was like finely fought, difficult, interesting diplomacy. And the players who made it to the top 7, they all had like 2 lone tops and a second place or something. All of them. They had these crazy scores. So the level of play was really high, and I was really pleased with that.
Excellent work. So let us take down this one. We've got next weekend. Johnny, when will we know when the board is set? What's their deadline for finding out?
We're working on it. It's going to be on Saturday, and stay tuned for the top board roster. It might not look identical to the top 7.
That's why we have the alternates. So Katie Gray, age, Ben Kelman, 9, Captain Gaming is 10. So we will keep our eye on that. The QR code above Andrew again is the link for the charitable donations to the Los Angeles Fire Department organization. Check them out. I believe it takes you to the website, so you can find that out. I haven't tried it yet, so I'm trusting that it will work. So I don't know what it'll take you to. Brian set that up, so we'll get that. VDL tomorrow. Again, we are almost to midnight Eastern time here in North America. So that will be broadcast in less than 12 hours or less than 24 hours. The game will start about 12 hours. Looking forward to that. Cascadia, we will have a Cascadia broadcast probably on that Sunday of the finale of the tournament. Would be February 2nd. I believe that is a non-professional football here in North America. So no football conflicts. College football will be done. Soccer plays all around the world and is always playing, so we love that. So no sporting conflicts. And then the big DBNI. So the results come out immediately after these top boards finish. I think those are the last games finishing up. So look forward to the countdown show with Zach and Brian. If you haven't done so yet, like the video, subscribe to keep following us. If you want to click the bell, I know all the videos that I watch, click the bell, get the notifications. There's a lot of videos coming out over the next couple of months, so keep us on your list. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your participation tonight. We'll do more of a grand hoorah next weekend. We could talk about the highs and lows of the tournament, mostly highs, which is good. Everyone seems to have had a good time in the chat. So, Johnny, thank you so far for getting this done, and we look forward to one more board in the tournament.
Yeah.
All right. With that, I want to make sure I don't click the buttons the wrong way here. Oops. And we will say goodbye, and we will see you next week.
Stay safe and stab well.